The young man in front of him unexpectedly obtained the shake system, which allows him to roll a dice once a day to reset his attributes. However, he has been shaking it continuously for 11 years, and each time his attributes turn out to be either waste material for 1,000 years or waste material for 10,000 years. Nowadays, he feels numb from shaking day after day. He swears that he must shake until he gets top-notch attributes before he begins to cultivate. On this day, as usual, he once again managed to get the Millennium Way spiritual root. He was so angry that he spat out 10 pounds of old blood. He sighed helplessly and began to shake his own innate fate and heavenly destiny. Just as the golden light flashed by, he actually shook out a top-quality innate fate and heavenly destiny with 4 attributes. He was totally amazed. Immediately, he fell to the ground and burst into crazy laughter. Next, he just needed to concentrate on rolling his spiritual root aptitude. Now with this outstanding fortune, what does it matter if he rolls his aptitude at 40 years old? He believed that in the not-so-distant future, he would surely have his own place in the immortal cultivation world. The young man is named Han Jue. His parents are servants of the Jade Pure sect, an outer Dan alchemist, and an old iron. They usually grow Dan pills for him, but they are just ordinary commoners. But when he was 6 years old, his parents unexpectedly abandoned Han Jue and fled. So Han Jue took over his parents' responsibilities. On that day, 2 cultivators from Jade Pure sect suddenly arrived at Herb Valley. It turned out that Old Iron went out on sect business, so the sect specifically sent these 2 to guard this place. And so, 2 more years passed just like that. Han Jue didn't even shake out a top-grade spiritual root. He couldn't help but sigh that his face is really too dark, fearing that he couldn't even shake out an excellent spiritual root no matter how hard he tried. Just at this moment, Old Iron returned and called everyone to gather. Old Iron first praised everyone. Everyone looked very touched. Han Jue, however, had a look of disbelief on his face. Old Iron suddenly called for Han Jue and 4 others to come over to him. He wanted to test their spiritual root aptitude. Han Jue was surprised to see this. Isn't he always strict about not allowing servants to cultivate? At this point, he noticed that Old Iron was injured again. He immediately guessed that there must be deception involved. But fortunately, Han Jue has never shaken any good spiritual root. At this time, another chubby kid was detected to have a spiritual root. Old Iron immediately expressed his intention to accept the other person as his disciple and bring them to cultivate outside the valley. Little Fatty was ecstatic. Everyone also cast envious glances at Little Fatty. Only Han Jue knows that this Little Fatty may never come back again. The world is too dangerous. One must quickly cultivate their spiritual root to be able to handle it. Just like that, 3 years have passed. One day, loud pig laughter suddenly came from inside Han Jue's house. Han Jue was excitedly rolling on the ground. It turned out that he had shaken out a top-level spiritual root containing 6 attributes. Excited, Han Jue was about to start cultivating with the help of the system. But then, he suddenly thought of that old bastard Old Iron. That Little Fatty had not appeared again since he took him out, probably dead. If Old Iron found out he was cultivating, it would be dangerous. At this time, the system suddenly popped up a prompt. Choose a small place for the system to help create a barrier. Cultivators outside the barrier will not be able to perceive the changes inside the barrier. Han Jue was delighted. This is like a little cow climbing a power pole, going full badass with lightning speed. Immediately, he decided to start cultivating. In the next moment, he appeared in the system space. Before him, various options emerged. At this moment, the system prompted him to obtain the peerless cultivation technique, 6 paths of reincarnation, and choose his primary cultivation path. Han Jue thought that the 6 paths of reincarnation must involve cultivating all 6 types of spiritual roots together. At that moment, he decided to choose sword cultivation as his main cultivation path. Soon after, all the surrounding spiritual chi poured into Han Jue's body. Han Jue suddenly felt his body filled with power. He then checked his attribute panel and found that there was an additional relationship panel. Upon opening it, he was shocked to discover that he had a hatred relationship with Old Iron. Han Jue couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. Soon, Han Jue settled down and began to focus on cultivating with peace of mind. As soon as he entered a meditative state, Han Jue felt the spiritual qi of the surrounding environment. But there was no fire and thunder spiritual qi. At that moment, he decided not to think too much and chose to cultivate these 4 types of spiritual qi first. The system popped up a prompt box again, giving Han Jue 2 options. Han Jue felt that the system was really attentive, and without hesitation chose the second option. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. Han Jue's 4 types of spiritual qi have now all been cultivated to the qi refining 7th layer. Trouble has come knocking at the door. A stunningly beautiful woman suddenly asks you to go to a small grove with her and do something unspeakable. What would you do? Just as Han Jue was about to go back, inner sect disciple Xing Red Vortex approached Han Jue. She directly asked Han Jue to go with her to the small grove. Han Jue was puzzled as he didn't know her. Why did she suddenly ask him to go to the small grove? He then opened the relationship list and found out that Xing Red Vortex surprisingly had a 2-star favorable rating towards him. Han Jue instantly thought, could it be that she wants to practice dual cultivation with me? Should I comply? Or should I comply? Just as Han Jue was getting a little excited, Xing Red Vortex asked Han Jue to help him obtain the Old Iron Dan prescription as soon as he opened his mouth, and then she took him away from Jade Pure Sect to join the demon cult. She even enticed him by saying she could consider becoming Han Jue's Daoist partner. Han Jue instantly petrified on the spot. This woman turns out to be a demon cultivator. Han Jue immediately fell into despair. If he offends the Jade Pure Sect, he will be chased to the ends of the earth. But if he refuses, this female demon will definitely kill me to silence me. Although I am at the same chi refining stage 7 layer as her. But I have never learned any spells. At that moment, he decided he must not confront her head-on. Han Jue immediately indicated that he didn't know where the item was, and also mentioned that a fellow disciple was guarding the attic. He unexpectedly got pinned down by Xing Red Vortex. She told him that the things were in the attic. As for the other person, she would take care of leading them away. She immediately took out a large, round black pill, claiming that it could help him unlock his spiritual root. Without waiting for any reaction from Han Jue, she forcibly shoved the pill into his mouth. She then forcefully made him swallow it. Wait for Han Jue to return to the room. He immediately asked the system to help bring out that Dan pill. When Han Jue was considering whether to listen to Xing Red Vortex, he looked at the 2 options provided by the system. Han Jue chose the second one without hesitation. That night, Han Jue was entering a state of deep meditation inside the house. Xing Red Vortex suddenly appeared outside the window and informed him that the Dan prescription had been found in the study. She would distract the person later to give Han Jue enough time to act quickly. Han Jue quickly arrived at the attic and found that indeed everyone had been distracted. Han Jue pretended to enter the study room. He pretended to casually look around and then started to slack off. As he continued to curse Old Iron and that female demon in his heart, Xing Red Vortex suddenly appeared behind Han Jue, almost scaring the soul out of him. She saw that Han Jue was not looking for Dan prescription at all, so Xing Red Vortex was about to kill him. Han Jue was so scared that he bumped into the cabinet all of a sudden. As a result, a vase fell off the cabinet. The result was that both of them were in a daze. Then the Dan prescription appeared in front of both of them. Han Jue was completely stunned. Isn't this thing hidden too casually? Han Jue watched as Xing Red Vortex pounced over, thinking that this was an attempt to kill and silence him. To Han Jue's surprise, Xing Red Vortex excitedly embraced him. She mistakenly thought that Han Jue was being romantic with her. He was watching Xing Red Vortex with that excited look. Han Jue secretly thought he must not let her get hold of the Dan prescription, otherwise his secret technique would be exposed. Just as he was about to hit her with a brick, suddenly, an attack hit both of them. Han Jue was directly blasted out. Dan prescription also flew into someone's hand. The newcomer is Old Iron. It turns out Old Iron had long expected something fishy. He has been hiding in the shadows all along. He's just waiting for Xing Red Vortex to show up. She clearly isn't Old Iron's match. Xing Red Vortex ran off without hesitation. Han Jue, who had fallen to the ground, woke up and immediately said to Old Iron, "My lord, you have finally arrived. I almost lost my life trying to delay female demon. Aren't you alive?" Later, Old Iron asked Han Jue to explain the whole situation. After Han Jue told Old Iron everything, Old Iron did not trouble him any further. Han Jue saw that he had successfully misled his way through, so he hurriedly fled. At this time, the system also sent a prompt. The task is completed. Successfully obtain the Finger God Sword. 2 more years have passed. Han Jue has cultivated all 4 spiritual roots to the Qi refining stage 9 layer. The only one left is the Thunder Fire spiritual root, which needs to be cultivated to the 9 layer before he can break through to the foundation establishment stage. It is also time for him to leave this place. Immediately, he left the place where he had lived for 20 years, carrying his belongings in a bag, taking advantage of the dusk. He went directly to the entrance of the Jade Pure sect. This time, he will officially join the Jade Pure sect as a freelance cultivator. The man before us possesses the rare 6 spiritual root attributes. But he only displayed 3 of the spiritual roots. He was directly accepted as an inner disciple by the Jade Pure sect. He was also gifted a set of luxurious equipment. Speaking of Han Jue, after leaving Herb Valley, he went directly to Jade Pure sect, where he revealed his identity as a Qi refining 9-layer freelance cultivator and expressed his desire to join Jade Pure sect. The gatekeeper was just about to report when he coincidentally ran into outer steward Yang Luo. He immediately asked Han Jue to use spiritual Qi. Han Jue casually used a move called Finger God Sword, which sliced off the top of a mountain. This move directly subdued 3 people. Yang Luo took Han Jue to register without saying a word. On the way, Han Jue asked if Jade Pure sect has a place to cultivate Thunder Fire spiritual Qi. Upon hearing this, Yang Luo confirmed. "Could it be that this person has the Thunder spiritual root?" He immediately said, "Perhaps there might be an inner, but the qualification to enter the inner requires reaching the foundation establishment stage. However, if you have the Thunder spiritual root, you may be able to make an exception and be accepted into the inner." Upon hearing this, Han Jue immediately revealed his Thunder spiritual root. Yang Luo then took Han Jue to meet the elder. Then Han Jue casually showed 3 of his spiritual roots. In this way, Han Jue easily joined the inner sect. And he received a luxurious gift package as well. Several people asked him to rest well first and said that once the Grand Elder returned, he would take him to the inner. Han Jue sighed lightly. The moment he paid attention, he ended up becoming the focal point of care. But then, he discovered the presence of fire spiritual Qi here, so without saying a word, he immediately started to cultivate. Half a year later, when Grand Elder returned, Yang Luo informed Han Jue immediately. When he opened the door, Yang Luo was surprised to find that Han Jue had been cultivating for the past half year. When Han Jue opened his eyes, at this time, he had already cultivated his fire spiritual root to the Qi refining 4th layer. Later, he and Yang Luo went to see Grand Elder together. Directly addressing Han Jue, Grand Elder said, "There are a total of 18 peaks within the sect, which means there are 18 teaching elders. As long as someone appreciates you, you can become an inner disciple directly. Otherwise, you will have to participate in the sect's small competition early to strive for foundation establishment." Immediately, Grand Elder took Han Jue and flew towards the inner peak with a gourd. Along the way, Grand Elder introduced to Han Jue the different personalities and cultivation styles of each inner elder, and asked him what kind of immortal cultivation atmosphere he would like to join. Han Jue thought for a moment. He wanted to choose a low-key and hard cultivation style. Grand Elder immediately looked meaningfully at Han Jue, then chuckled. Jade Serenity Peak is very suitable for you. You will definitely like this place. As they entered the inner sect, he was shocked by the scenery in front of him. He had thought that Jade Pure Sect was just a small sect, but he didn't expect it to be so large. Grand Elder flew and introduced various places in the inner sect to Han Jue. When they arrived at Jade Serenity Peak, the entire mountain peak appeared desolate. Grand Elder explained that the teaching elder of Jade Serenity Peak was Dawnstar Fairy, whose cultivation level was profound and unfathomable. She also liked to cultivate in seclusion, which is why Jade Serenity Peak was not lively. Additionally, she did not allow her disciples to develop romantic feelings, so Jade Serenity Peak was mostly occupied by diligent cultivators. Han Jue's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This is simply his paradise. Grand Elder introduced Han Jue to Dawnstar Fairy in the main hall. Dawnstar Fairy asked if Han Jue was willing to focus wholeheartedly on cultivation without asking about worldly matters. Just as Han Jue was about to answer, he heard a voice saying, Jade Serenity Peak finally has a decent junior brother. Only to see a stunning girl walking towards him, Han Jue immediately checked his relationship list and found that Chan Lunar had a 2-star favorability rating towards him. However, Han Jue replied, as long as Dawnstar Fairy does not give any instructions, disciples can stay secluded for 100 years without leaving the house. Chan Lunar's favorability rating instantly dropped to 1 star. At this moment, Dawnstar Fairy asked Han Jue to launch an attack on himself. Han Jue immediately gathered all his strength to condense a sword chi, which shot towards Dawnstar Fairy like lightning. However, when the sword chi was about to hit Dawnstar Fairy, it dissipated into thin air. Han Jue wanted to find a low-key master to cultivate in peace. Little did he know that he had actually stepped into a woman's trap. The female disciple was like a fierce predator, and he was completely caught off guard in an instant. Speaking of Han Jue, after his sword chi dissipated in front of Dawnstar Fairy, she casually asked, "Is this the only move you know?" Han Jue honestly admitted it. Dawnstar Fairy immediately expressed her intention for Han Jue to stay at Jade Serenity Peak. After giving Han Jue a meaningful smile, she then left. However, Han Jue found that Dawnstar Fairy was staring straight at him. Just as he was puzzled about the situation, Chan Lunar hurriedly reminded him that this was an invitation for him to take a master. Han Jue then realized it. He quickly knelt before Dawnstar Fairy and said, Disciple Han Jue pays respects to Master. Long live Master! Even Dawnstar Fairy was speechless at Han Jue's performance. Immediately, she instructed Chan Lunar to take Han Jue to register and arrange a cultivation dwelling for him. Chan Lunar immediately joyfully dragged Han Jue away. On the way, Chan Lunar generously told Han Jue to come find her if he has any problems in the future. Chan Lunar's direct gaze made Han Jue too afraid to look directly at her. He quickly said that he didn't dare to trouble Senior Sister. If Senior Sister needs anything, Junior Brother is ready to assist at any time. This sentence is meant to be said to Chan Lunar in a happy manner. She has endured 5 years on Jade Serenity Peak and finally encountered a good-looking junior brother with an attitude and personality that suits her taste. She can't let him slip away. Han Jue couldn't help but tremble in fear at Senior Sister's creepy expression. This Jade Serenity Peak is really not living up to its name. Why are all the female disciples like wolves and tigers? Chan Lunar quickly arranged Han Jue's cultivation dwelling. She specifically arranged for him to be next to her cultivation dwelling. After Senior Sister left, Han Jue really took a good look at this cultivation dwelling and couldn't help but once again marvel at the luxury of the inner decor. At this moment, he remembered that Shifu's stage in the relationship list was the Nascent Soul Stage 3 layer. She is currently the strongest cultivator she has ever come into contact with. He must hold on to such a valuable connection. Just as he was about to start cultivating, the system suddenly popped up and gave Han Jue 2 options. When he saw the first option, Han Jue was speechless for a moment, feeling that his Shifu seemed a bit strange. Unknowingly, another 3 years had passed, and Han Jue had cultivated all his spiritual roots to the 9th layer of Qi refining, except for his Thunder spiritual root. He immediately found his own master. He asked his master where he could cultivate Thunder spiritual Qi. Dawnstar Fairy looked at Han Jue in astonishment and asked, "Are you planning to cultivate the 3 spiritual powers for foundation establishment?" But Dawnstar Fairy immediately poured a bucket of cold water on Han Jue. Spiritual Qi alone is already extremely difficult for people to specialize in, not to mention that the heavenly tribulation that follows will be even stronger. The time wasted above cultivation is also a huge loss. Han Jue understands that the Dawnstar Fairy is doing this for her own good, but she has her own means. He immediately expressed that he would spend all his time on cultivation. Dawnstar Fairy's lips slightly curled upon seeing this. There is a teleport formation in the inner area that leads to the Thunder spiritual pool. Before long, Han Jue arrived at the Thunder spiritual pool and once again was shocked by the grandeur of the Jade Pure sect. He had originally thought that the Thunder spiritual pool was just a small pond, but now he realized he had underestimated it. At this moment, he found that the vast Thunder spiritual pool had only one person cultivating, who seemed lost in thought. Suddenly, a tree trunk with a human face appeared behind Han Jue. Instantly, a miserable scream echoed throughout the entire Thunder spiritual pool. Soon, Han Jue realized that this was a Yogwai tree. Once again, he marveled at how the Jade Pure sect was truly willing to spare no expense. You should know that the Yogwai tree is known as a cultivate catalyst. Although it looks a bit eerie, the cultivation efficiency around it will surely double. He has really come to the right place this time. Immediately, he excitedly shouted that he must cultivate to the 9th layer within a year. At this moment, another person cultivating in the Thunder spiritual pool heard his words. He couldn't help but be speechless. Is he speaking human language? Or is he being too arrogant? However, a year later, he was strongly slapped in the face. Han Jue actually cultivated Lei's spiritual Qi from 0 to 9 layer within a year. At this point, Han Jue has finally perfected the 6 Qi refining great perfection, with purple lighting constantly swirling around his body. So, he decided to directly proceed to foundation establishment. The young man with blue hair in the field suddenly looked up at the sky, only to see a large gathering of purple lightning in the sky. The oppressive power of this lightning tribulation shocked him immensely. At this moment, the Yogwai tree appeared behind the young man. He looked utterly befuddled. You should know that if the power of the lightning tribulation in this Thunder spiritual pool is activated, it will at least double. He urged the youth to get out quickly to avoid being affected. In their eyes, Han Jue is undoubtedly doomed this time. And at this moment, the lightning tribulation finally descends, and it transforms into countless purple lightning bolts striking towards Han Jue. Others prepare themselves in various ways before facing their tribulation. However, Han Jue directly faced the tribulation in the Thunder spiritual pool, doubling the power of the lightning tribulation. What's even more terrifying is that he directly absorbed the heavenly tribulation, turning it into the power for his foundation establishment. It was 2 years later when Han Jue finished absorbing the power of the heavenly tribulation. At this point, his stage had already reached the foundation establishment stage 3 layer, and his lifespan was close to 200 years. It's worth noting that Han Jue's immortal cultivation is precisely because he fears death. Just as he was secretly delighted, the system popped up 2 options again. Han Jue was speechless once again after seeing the first option. How much does my Shifu really love secluded cultivation? At this moment, the blue-haired young man cultivating by the Thunder spiritual pool came up behind Han Jue at Heaven Thunder Peak. May I ask for your name, sir, from Imo no Revenge? Han Jue also politely introduced himself. When Imo no Revenge of Jade Serenity Peak found out that Han Jue was actually from Heaven Thunder Peak, he immediately dug up the corner of the wall, wanting him to come to cultivate at his own peak. Han Jue politely refused without hesitation. But at this moment, the system suddenly popped up a prompt. Han Jue glanced at it. He was suddenly taken aback and turned pale. He was speechless when he saw the system suddenly popping up rows of Xing Red Vortex statuses. This lady is really pitiful. The most outrageous thing is that Xing Red Vortex's affection for him has actually increased to 4 stars. Is this woman crazy? Meanwhile, on the other side, Xing Red Vortex is constantly evading pursuit. At this moment, she heaved a long sigh and finally bid farewell. The demon cult was just as she was confused about where to go next. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that when Han Jue was about to silence her with a brick, he inadvertently blocked most of Old Iron's major attacks. This led Xing Red Vortex to mistakenly believe that Han Jue was protecting her. This was the first time in her life that someone had stood up for her. In Xing Red Vortex's heart, Han Jue was now firmly regarded as her husband. When Han Jue returned to the cultivation dwelling, he was about to start cultivating. At this time, he heard the sound of bells. When Han Jue arrived outside the cultivation dwelling, he happened to run into Chang Lunar. It was only then that he realized this was the signal for the master to gather all the disciples. The two of them immediately flew towards the main hall on their flying swords. When Han Jue arrived inside the main hall, here, a large number of disciples had already gathered. The appearance of Han Jue also caused a stir among many disciples. At this time, Dawnstar Fairy saw that everyone had arrived and directly spoke. Under the command of the sect leader, in the upcoming 18 Peaks competition, the last 3 peaks will send disciples to participate in the confrontation against Azure Abyss Demon Cult. Han Jue was left speechless after hearing this. Let the last 3 peaks go. Isn't this just sending people to their deaths? At this moment, senior disciple Lu Sanqin said, though our Jade Serenity Peak has always kept a low profile, we are still willing to contribute to this sect. Recently, the sect has launched an outstanding disciple training program to concentrate on nurturing the most outstanding disciples from each peak as the cornerstone of the sect's next generation. When it comes to candidate selection, Lu Sanqin proudly pushed his glasses up, thinking this program was tailor-made for him. However, to his surprise, Dawnstar Fairy chose Han Jue instead. After hearing this, both Lu Sanqin and Han Jue were shocked and sweating profusely. Han Jue quickly refused, saying he is grateful for Shifu's appreciation, but he is determined to stay on Jade Serenity Peak for secluded cultivation. He would rather give the opportunity to his senior brothers and sisters. Shifu is doubting whether he is a spy for the demon sect. In any case, it's best to refuse. When he saw Han Jue decisively dismiss Dawnstar Fairy without much explanation, he decided to let the senior disciple Lu Sanqin participate instead. Afterwards, Lu Sanqin specially came to thank Han Jue, who smiled and wished the senior brothers smooth sailing in advance. Chang Lunar quickly rushed over at this time, expressing that he would bring his junior brother along. The senior brother immediately understood Chang Lunar's meaning. The senior brother gave Han Jue a meaningful smile. At this moment, Chang Lunar expressed the intention to take Han Jue to do sect tasks. Han Jue immediately expressed, "Can we not go for this sect task? Doing sect tasks can earn a lot of cultivation resources. Senior sister, there is no need for it. I still have enough spiritual stone resources." Chang Lunar then quickly added that the task's contribution can even exchange for Dan pills. However, Han Jue said that he is afraid of death and directly rejected Chang Lunar. Chang Lunar was outraged. How can we, cultivators, be afraid of death? If you're not afraid of death, then why cultivate immortality? This statement left Chang Lunar speechless and unable to offer a rebuttal. Dawnstar Fairy on this side was also speechless for a moment upon hearing Han Jue's astonishing statement. And so, another 10 years passed, and Han Jue once again arrived at the Thunder Spiritual Pool. Little did Han Jue know that as soon as he entered, trouble began to brew with the Yogwai tree. This man is really too careless. Others cultivate immortality to become more powerful, while he cultivates immortality purely because he is afraid of death and wants to live a few more years. He refuses to do any tasks or take any opportunities related to the sect if there is even a little bit of danger involved. Every day, he is focused on cultivating. Speaking of Han Jue, he once again arrived at Thunder's spiritual pool. Yogwai Tree approached Han Jue. Earlier, I thought you were a genius. So many years have passed. Why are you still at the Foundation Establishment 3rd layer? Han Jue just shrugged indifferently. He is currently only displaying his Thunder spiritual root. The other 5 elemental spiritual roots have long been cultivated to the Foundation Establishment 5th layer. At this time, Mo no Revenge also walked over, with a girl following behind him. Mo no Revenge introduced this as his younger sister, Mo Bamboo, to Han Jue. When Mo Bamboo saw Han Jue, she immediately asked, "Why are you still at the Foundation Establishment 3 layer? Our brother said you might have already reached Foundation Establishment 6 layer." Han Jue just smiled and sat down with his legs crossed, ready to start cultivating. At the same time, he reminded them to stay a bit away if they were going to cultivate together, only to see the surrounding spiritual chi being absorbed by Han Jue completely. Mo no Revenge was shocked to see that the speed of absorbing spiritual chi was even more terrifying than his own, and he should know that he was at the 9th layer of Foundation Establishment. At that moment, he guessed that Han Jue must have a way to suppress cultivation levels, and his true cultivation level was definitely not lower than his own. Unconsciously, Han Jue had cultivated here for 8 years, and he eventually cultivated his Thunder spiritual root to the 9th layer of perfection. The Yogwai Tree saw Han Jue and was about to leave. It spoke up and said, "I have an opportunity here that can provide you with a lot of cultivation resources. Would you like to participate?" Opportunity always comes with risks. Upon hearing about the risks, Han Jue didn't even hesitate and turned around to leave. Just as Han Jue finished receiving his salary for these past few years, Mo Bamboo suddenly approached Han Jue and said that he needed Han Jue's help with something. This is a great opportunity. Upon hearing about the opportunity, Han Jue couldn't contain his excitement. He rejected without even thinking about it. He said he still needs to go back to cultivate. Then he disappeared in front of Mo Bamboo. At this moment, Han Jue accidentally overheard a passerby mentioning the inner grand competition. Han Jue was suddenly struck as if by a thunderbolt, realizing that he had focused too much on cultivating and had forgotten about this important event. Now, Master is probably going to skin me alive. Han Jue immediately found Dawnstar Fairy and proactively admitted his mistake to her. Fortunately, Dawnstar Fairy did not blame him. However, upon seeing Han Jue's cultivation level at Foundation Establishment 3rd layer, she couldn't help but look puzzled. Han Jue explained that he is actually at Foundation Establishment 9th layer. He had been concealing his cultivation level to remain low-key. This series of actions immediately aroused a lot of goodwill from Dawnstar Fairy. At this point, the system also prompted Han Jue that the task to gain recognition from Dawnstar Fairy was completed, and he received the Agility Manual 7-fold Phantom Step. Only then did Han Jue realize that Shifu had taken in a new disciple. He immediately turned his head to look, only to find that this person was actually Old Iron, who happened to look back at Han Jue at the same time. The two of them just looked at each other like that. At the same time, the two of them loudly exclaimed each other's names. Chan Lunar looked curious. "So you two know each other?" Dawnstar Fairy said to Han Jue at this time. "This is the newly accepted disciple of Jade Serenity Peak. You can call him Junior Brother Iron." Little did they know, the expressions on the faces of the two at this time were as exciting as they could be. At this time, Dawnstar Fairy also brought up the main topic. "Han Jue, since you are so fond of cultivation, I will assign you a task. Go to guard the myriad demons realm of the Jade Pure sect." After hearing this, Han Jue broke out in a cold sweat. The myriad demons realm sounds awesome, but also feels very dangerous. Chan Lunar, who knows about it, got excited and said that's where the Jade Pure sect raises Yogwai pets. She also wants to go there with Han Jue. Dawnstar Fairy refused Chan Lunar directly, mentioning that the area is very dangerous, with Yogwai pets going berserk frequently and instances of disciples being brutally killed. Han Jue, who was already worried, broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Given Dawnstar Fairy's appearance, he didn't even have the chance to refuse. But thinking about it, this should be similar to a zoo's security guard. You can just slack off when the time comes. He immediately respectfully said he would comply with the arrangement. Later, he went back to pack his things and left to see the two people leaving. Dawnstar Fairy suddenly said to Old Iron, "I don't want to dwell on your past with Han Jue. From now on, you are senior and junior brothers. Building a good relationship with him will only benefit you. As long as you are not mortal enemies, resolve your conflicts. From what I know of him, he won't scheme against you. In the future, Han Jue will be the inheritor disciple of Jade Serenity Peak. They say that if you live only to the end, you will have nothing. However, the young man before us is becoming stronger and stronger despite enduring hardships. He deeply understands a principle." It is said that Han Jue has been in the myriad demons realm for a year and a half. Every day, besides cultivating, all he does is cultivate. That day, he was bored and just scrolling through the system's social feed. He saw Imo Bamboo being attacked and couldn't help but sigh that fate was indeed not a good thing. Then he stretched lazily and went out to inspect. Every once in a while, he had to go out and inspect to prevent Yogwai beasts from rioting and causing problems. When he walked out of the house, he found a cute little cat perched on a tree branch. It seemed harmless, so he turned around and walked away. Little did he know, that little cat actually turned into a huge Yogwai beast and suddenly launched a sneak attack towards Han Jue. In an instant, those sharp claws tore Han Jue apart. But in the next moment, Han Jue actually turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. And the real Han Jue had already arrived on the rooftop by this time. He had just unleashed the sevenfold phantom step technique. This technique can produce an afterimage at each level. When perfected at the 7-layer stage, it can produce 7 distinct afterimages. Only seeing Han Jue split into 7 afterimages, charging towards the Yogwai beast. He surrounded the Yogwai beast from all directions. All figures simultaneously unleashed the Finger God Sword. Numerous sword chi shot towards the Yogwai beast, although only the true body can inflict damage. But the Yogwai beast is unable to distinguish which one is real and which one is fake. It was severely injured in an instant by Han Jue. The Yogwai beast ran away immediately after being injured. Han Jue did not catch up. He noticed that the recent Yogwai beast riots were getting more obvious. He immediately decided to report this situation to the senior members of the sect. After hearing about the matter, the senior members promptly called for a meeting. They all speculated that there must be a traitor among the senior members of the sect. At this time, the sect leader went missing. They had no choice but to send more manpower, and were determined to investigate this matter thoroughly. 2 years later, on this day, Han Jue was sitting inside the restricting formation set up in the Myriad Demons realm. He found that this formation was a treasure, as even cultivators at the Golden Core stage couldn't enter. Moreover, the soundproofing effect was excellent, making it perfect for cultivation and rest. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Youngster, are you treating the Myriad Demons realm as a place for cultivation?" Han Jue casually responded. But the next second, he suddenly realized. He turned around in shock and found a big fat man standing behind him. This person was not affected by the prohibition? Then his strength must be above the Golden Core level. Just listen to the fat man saying that he himself is also a disciple of the Jade Pure sect, who came to guard the Myriad Demons realm. He saw Han Jue looking like he was facing a great enemy. The fat man reassured him, and asked whether Han Jue came in on his own initiative, or was sent by his master. "I was sent here by my master, Dawnstar Fairy." "Did your Shifu give you any instructions for the task when you heard that fatty approaching?" "Even if there were, how could I tell you?" Who would have thought that the fat man would say, "You've already caused a big trouble. I'll help you solve it for the sake of your Shifu." At this moment, Han Jue was surprised to see the relationship list that popped up on the system. It turns out that this person is actually Li Qingzi, the sect leader of Jade Pure Sect, who also admires Dawnstar Fairy. At this moment, Li Qingzi is explaining to Han Jue that the Yogwai beasts here are showing signs of rebellion. And these Yogwai beasts are all subordinates of the Yogwai king, Tiger Heart White Long. You should know that Tiger Heart White Long always seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. This time it has commanded so many Yogwai beasts to lurk here, preparing to revolt. What did you do before to provoke Tiger Heart White Long? However, at this moment, Han Jue was not interested in listening to what he had to say. His mind was full of images of Li Qingzi and Shifu Dawnstar Fairy together. He is extremely angry in his heart. This fat man is not worthy of a Shifu. Under Li Qingzi's persistent questioning, Han Jue finally revealed the details of the previous incident. After listening to the course of events, Li Qingzi believed that Tiger King must have been set up and exhausted, otherwise Han Jue would have been dead by now. At the same time, he also inquired about what kind of body technique Han Jue used, as it was even faster than Tiger Heart White Long. Han Jue casually said that he picked it up by the roadside, which infuriated Li Qingzi. He immediately decided to thoroughly address the Yogwai beast uprising, which must be resolved at its source. Knowing that Han Jue is highly skilled in body techniques, Li Qingzi proposed to send him to subdue the Yogwai king. Han Jue turned and left without hesitation, but Li Qingzi hurriedly called out to stop him. He expressed that as long as Tiger Heart White Long surrenders, he will pass on the supreme cultivation technique, the Jade Pure mantra of the Jade Pure sect. At this moment, the system popped up with a choice. When he saw that surrendering Yogwai King would earn him Yogwai King's hatred and the attention of the Azure Abyss demon cult, Han Jue said, "Sorry for interrupting," then turned around and left. Li Qingzi was so angry that she stomped her feet there. Unfortunately, he could only sigh deeply in the end, and I ended up shouldering everything alone. You see, am I right? In the eyes of others, he is a cowardly person who values life and fears death. He will stay far away at the slightest hint of danger. However, he is only at the Foundation Establishment cultivation level. Easily killed 7 Golden Core Demon Lord. Speaking of the Yogwai Beast Rebellion, Chan Lunar suddenly arrived in this myriad demon's realm along with the 7 senior brothers of Jade Serenity Peak. Ming River, who turned out to be Dawnstar Fairy, sent 2 people to assist Han Jue. Afterwards, Ming River went alone to explore the surroundings. At this time, Chan Lunar informed Han Jue that the demon cult disciple may have infiltrated the myriad demon's realm. Shifu reminded us to be careful. Upon hearing this, Han Jue immediately proposed leaving the myriad demon's realm. Chan Lunar was about to refuse. The 2 of them saw Ming River, covered in injuries, running back. He had seen a group of Yogwai beasts trapped in a formation on the cliff edge several miles away. Just as he was about to come back, he encountered a Golden Core Yogwai Lord, Han Jue, and quickly took out a Dan pill to heal Ming River's injuries. At the same time, he thought to himself, indeed one cannot act recklessly when away from home. The fate of senior brother serves as proof. They were horrified to find a group of Yogwai beasts charging towards them, and Han Jue immediately wanted to run away. But Chan Lunar said, "We must not leave our post without authorization." But Han Jue has no sense of martial virtue. "You stay here and await death. I will sing of your brave deeds to master." At this time, the Ming River no longer persists. As a result, shortly after a few people walked out of the house, the attic was broken through by an army of Yogwai beasts. Several people saw the Yogwai beasts showing no sign of stopping and continuing to charge forward. They were convinced that it must be the demon cult up to something. Suddenly, Han Jue sensed a strong Yogwai energy. I saw a huge eagle with its mouth wide open, lunging towards the 3 people. Fortunately, Han Jue reacted in time. He hugged Chan Lunar and dodged. This great eagle is the Golden Core Yogwai Lord that just attacked Ming River. And at this moment, Ming River was alone, so Chan Lunar suddenly reminded Han Jue in alarm. Above them, there were actually 7 golden core Yogwai lords circling around. Seeing the Yogwai lord charging towards them, Chan Lunar despaired and closed his eyes, thinking that they were done for this time. But Han Jue's lips curled slightly upwards. I saw 3 sword shadows of different colors appear around Han Jue. This is the peerless sword technique that Han Jue previously refused to teach Li Qingzi. 3 pure phantom sword. Han Jue lightly spat out a slash. The 7 golden core Yogwai lords were instantly turned into debris. Chan Lunar was completely stunned. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe it even if she was beaten to death. At this time, I am recalling the expression in Han Jue's eyes at that moment. She couldn't help but blush, with a deer jumping in her heart. But then she saw Han Jue had already packed up the body of the Yogwai beast. She was speechless once again. When the two arrived at the Myriad Demon's Realm's teleport formation, Ming River saw the 2 people and was about to excitedly pounce on them. He ended up being kicked squarely in the face by Chan Lunar. She was so angry that she directly gave him a pounding. As soon as several people came out, Han Jue took the corpse of the Yogwai beast to exchange for spiritual stone. He looked at the large bundle of spiritual stone that he exchanged for. Han Jue was so excited that he wanted to go back and brush the wilderness again. Chan Lunar noticed Han Jue's thoughts and reminded him that the Yogwai beasts in the Myriad Demon's Realm are not allowed to be hunted casually. This time is also a special situation. She was beating Ming River while speaking. Han Jue heard this and could only give up. It's better for him to stay peacefully in seclusion and meditate. 3 of them immediately went to visit Dawnstar Fairy. They told her about what happened in the Myriad Demon's Realm. Dawnstar Fairy didn't say much after hearing it. She let Chan Lunar and the others leave first and stayed alone with Han Jue. At this moment, Han Jue's heart was in a state of panic. Could it be that she was going to settle things alone? Dawnstar Fairy suddenly asked, Han Jue, what is cultivation for? Disciple cultivates only for immortality. Dawnstar Fairy fell silent for a moment and then said, You've been in seclusion, hard cultivating all this time without any opportunity. Immortality is impossible. But the disciple wants to enhance their cultivation level first, and then seek opportunities when they have enough strength. In reality, deep down, they are thinking, I am exceptionally gifted and have unparalleled luck. What do I need with opportunities? Dawnstar Fairy was obviously quite annoyed by this person. She pressed on her own temple and said, I arranged an opportunity for you. If you had achieved success in the Myriad Demon's Realm and become a core disciple, it would have been just around the corner. Unfortunately, you gave up. I can't even see through the grade of the cultivation technique you cultivate. I can't help you with your cultivation technique. Do you want to have your own innate spiritual chi cultivation dwelling? Inside, there are not only thunder spiritual chi, but also other attribute spiritual chi. Han Jue excitedly asked, Where? It's near the Jade Pure Sect, but one has to place in the top 3 in the inner disciple competition to obtain it. As soon as Han Jue heard that it involved competition, he started to waver. Dawnstar Fairy was so angry with his apprehensive appearance that she wanted to punch him. At this time, Han Jue asked again, Are there participants in the competition with golden core or higher cultivation levels? Dawnstar Fairy responded impatiently, Do you think reaching golden core is as easy as picking cabbage? Those who reach golden core are mostly core disciples, elders, stewards, and the like. As soon as he heard that only those above golden core could participate, he immediately changed his attitude. I accept this innate cultivation dwelling with a smile. He was originally a top-tier great vehicle cultivator in the immortal cultivation world. Now he is kneeling respectfully in front of this man. He only asks him to teach him how to flirt. It is said that there are still 8 years before the assessment of inner. Han Jue plans to cultivate well during this time. Immediately, he arrived at the Wind Spiritual Pool, striving to cultivate all 6 types of spiritual roots to the Foundation Establishment 9 layer before the assessment. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a group of people not far away. It turned out that a group of people was bullying someone. He thought to himself that it's better to focus on cultivating peacefully. But at this time, the system suddenly prompted a message. Detected innate chi practitioner Han Jue was shocked when he saw his background. The innate chi practitioner is the one who was bullied. He is a great vehicle cultivator reincarnated, and deep in his soul is a spiritual treasure which has been damaged, requiring the absorption of spiritual chi to repair it. This has resulted in Zhou Fan's cultivation progressing at an extremely slow speed, but the spiritual treasure will soon be successfully restored. Han Jue suddenly looked confused. Great vehicle stage cultivators are indeed powerful. In a novel, they would usually be the protagonist. He is considering whether to help him. If he helps, he might rise to great success in the future. But he also thought about how in novels, there are many supporting characters who are killed during the protagonist's growth. Immediately, he dismissed the idea of helping him. He decided that cultivating and becoming stronger himself is the way to go. Time flies, and 8 years have passed. Besides his water and earth spiritual roots, he has reached the foundation establishment 9 layer in all other 8 layers. He had just emerged from the spiritual pool when he saw Zhou Fan, who was actually confessing to a girl. As expected, he received the nice guy card without any surprise. Han Jue was about to walk over, but was stopped by Zhou Fan. Because Mo no Revenge always talked about Han Jue with him, he recognized him at a glance. Except for Han Jue, when he wanted to challenge himself to a duel. Zhou Fan suddenly knelt down on the ground with a thud. I heard that you are very popular with girls. I would like to ask how should I pursue the one I like. Han Jue suddenly looked completely confused. Then Han Jue, looking radiant, said, When have I ever gotten close to a woman? Women are nothing. If one attains the great Tao, the world will be at peace. Whatever you desire, you will naturally obtain. Zhou Fan, looking at the almost divine Han Jue, felt a slight ripple in his heart. When Han Jue returned to Jade Serenity Peak and heard the bell calling all disciples once again. On the way to the main hall, he met the senior brother. Unbeknownst to him, the senior brother suddenly asked Han Jue if he knew Xing Red Vortex. Han Jue was suddenly shocked. Only to hear big senior brother continue, these years he followed sect leader to lurk in myriad demons' realm and engage in open and secret struggles with demon cult. There has always been a traitor from demon cult providing intelligence. It was this intelligence that led sect leader to fake leaving Jade Pure Sect and set up an ambush in myriad demons' realm. And this traitor from demon cult is none other than Xing Red Vortex. She was forced to take poison at a young age and threatened to act as a spy for Jade Pure Sect. All this time, she has harbored hatred towards demon cult. She even tried to find an antidote in the outer area before. Later, sect leader saved Xing Red Vortex and allowed her to become an inner disciple against all rules. Now she follows sect leader's junior sister, Silent True Immortal, to cultivate. She is also investigating a servant named Han Jue, who is a Dan alchemist. Coincidentally, we also have a disciple junior brother named Han Jue at Jade Serenity Peak. Quite a coincidence, isn't it? Han Jue is embarrassed. He doesn't know how to respond. He can only reluctantly admit that the past, though unpleasant, is undeniable. Senior brother, who unexpectedly rejoiced, lived in the Han Jue building. Rest assured, senior brother understands. Just senior brother didn't expect your talent to be so outstanding. Han Jue finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he opened the panel of Xing Red Vortex. He saw that she had so much affection for him, and thought about how he had deceived her. He couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt. Unfortunately, he could only silently wish her a future free from suffering. When everyone arrives at the Grand Hall, Dawnstar Fairy announces that the inner disciple assessment is starting. Each peak must send at least 10 people. Who is willing to participate this time? Suddenly, everyone in the audience is clamoring to sign up. Seeing almost everyone signing up, Han Jue thought to join in to show his support as well. As a result, Dawnstar Fairy was the first one selected by Han Jue. Everyone looked at him with curiosity. Han Jue was so anxious that he kept saying that what happened just now didn't count, but Dawnstar Fairy didn't even look at him and continued to select other competing disciples. After the personnel selection was completed, Dawnstar Fairy once again stayed alone with Han Jue. She had learned about Han Jue's background, so she no longer harbored any suspicions towards Han Jue. At the same time, he appointed Han Jue as the Jade Serenity Peak Inheritor disciple. Han Jue was suddenly shocked. But the system, recognizing Han Jue as an Inheritor disciple, specially issued a reward at this moment. Long Live Master. He clearly has the strength to kill opponents in seconds. Yet he is being beaten by the opponent and runs away holding his head. Then he took advantage of everyone's inattention to kill the opponent with one blow. And he did this just to not attract attention from others. Speaking of Han Jue returning to Cultivation Dwelling, he started to accept the inheritance of the 9-long exorcism seal. This third spell is similar to palm arts, where different attributes of spiritual power can produce different effects. This undoubtedly adds another ace up Han Jue's sleeve. But soon he began to worry about the excessive lethality of these two moves. At this moment, Chang Lunar arrived at the Han Jue Cultivation Dwelling. She directly took him to the posting place for the rankings. Tomorrow they will be arranged to compete one-on-one at each peak until the top 10 are determined, and then they will compete in the inner city. Additionally, all disciples of the sect can watch. Han Jue breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that there won't be many people watching the matches before the top 10 are determined. He didn't want to attract attention to himself. Han Jue soon discovered that his name was also on the list. Tomorrow, he will go to Heavenly Execution Peak to compete. Just as Han Jue was preparing to leave, Xing Red Vortex suddenly appeared behind Han Jue. She shouted happily, "Husband!" Han Jue quickly took a step back and said, "Miss, you can't just shout out like that." Xing Red Vortex chuckled and covered their mouth. "Didn't we agree on this?" He said it was just a show for the occasion. If I had refused at that time, I was afraid you would kill me. Xing Red Vortex smiled. She took out a bottle of Dan pill that I don't really like to use. Han Jue could not refuse Xing Red Vortex, and took the Dan pill. "Take it! You can get this Dan pill regularly." "My aptitude is average, but I will do my best to help you with anything your husband needs." She finished speaking, then rode away on her sword. Han Jue stood there holding the Dan pill, looking dazed for a long time. In a dark hall, Xing Red Vortex and Silent True Immortal sat facing each other. "You gave the Jade Pure Dan to that kid. Do not regret, disciple is already deeply entangled in the relationship." On the day of the competition, when Han Jue arrived at the competition venue, he was stunned. "I did not expect that there would be so many visitors. How will he act with so many people?" At this time, the system prompt gave Han Jue two choices. When he saw the second choice unexpectedly rewarded a spiritual treasure, Han Jue immediately chose it joyfully. At the same time, he secretly sighed that the system really understood him well, actually allowing him to act low-key. He was confident that if he continued like this, he could become invincible in the world. The competition started soon, and the Mo No Revenge siblings also came to watch Han Jue's match. However, on the arena, Han Jue was struggling to dodge the opponent's attacks. While the opponent, a disciple from Heavenly Execution Peak, became more excited as the battle continued. At this point, the audience on the field all felt that this duel was too boring. Everyone started leaving to go watch elsewhere. Only Mo No Revenge knows that this guy is faking it. At this time, Han Jue also noticed that there were not many people left in the audience seats, and the judges were dozing off. Just then, Han Jue smirked and walked up behind his opponent. The next second, his opponent flew out, and the huge impact woke up the judges as well. The judges then realized that the battle had already ended. The winner is Han Jue. Later, Han Jue used the same method. The field was almost empty before he made a move to defeat his opponent in just one move. And then, he successfully entered the top 10. On that day, Han Jue was cultivating. Suddenly, he sensed that something was amiss. The leaves were not moving, yet he heard the sound of wind. Suddenly, wisps of black gas appeared out of thin air and flew towards Han Jue. Han Jue didn't say a word and raised his hand to unleash a 9-long exorcism seal. He saw the black mist trying to escape. Han Jue treats the 9-long exorcism seal as if it doesn't cost a thing. It just chased after that black shadow and started beating it up. Suddenly, a wail came from the black shadow. "I am the Supreme Elder of the Jade Pure Sect. How can someone like you exist in the Jade Pure Sect? You dare to show such disrespect to your seniors." Han Jue was stunned in an instant. The old man continued angrily. "I was just passing by. Why are you all using such big moves to attack me?" Han Jue was speechless. "Your actions are unpredictable." "Humph, my cultivate divine techniques have always been like this. Do you understand how the primordial spirit escapes?" However, the old man was terrified for a moment. What kind of spell was that just now? It almost caused my primordial spirit to be extinguished. Is it common for inner disciples to act like this now? Han Jue was about to report this to Master, which frightened the old man into stopping him hastily. He also claimed to be the master of both Dawnstar Fairy and sect leader, then smirked and said, "Young man, I see potential in you. Would you like to inherit my mantle?" Cultivation technique Heavenly Dao body. Only me and the sect leader of the Jade Pure Sect know the entire technique. This is the top-level cultivation technique. After cultivating to perfection, the physical body becomes indestructible. Even someone who is a stage higher would find it difficult to break through its defense. But if you want to cultivate this skill, Han Jue saw the secret book of the old man. He refused without even thinking about it. He nearly killed the old man just now. How could he suddenly be so kind-hearted? Afterwards, Han Jue told Dawnstar Fairy about this incident. Dawnstar Fairy was speechless. This old man just can't stay put. Is the Heavenly Dao body powerful? The senior wants to teach me. Little did Dawnstar Fairy know, she blushed deeply upon hearing about it. It is very powerful, considered the strongest cultivation technique of the Jade Pure Sect. However, before cultivating it, one must sever their roots. What are roots? It refers to a man's. Han Jue was rendered speechless in an instant. Then isn't the sect leader and the Supreme Elder? Dawnstar Fairy cleared her throat gently. This matter must not be disclosed. Han Jue could not calm down for a long time even as he left. They are really ruthless people. It was soon the day of the top 10 assessment of the inner sect. Looking at the surging crowd, Han Jue secretly thought to himself that it wouldn't be easy to perform well this time. Should I just go all out? Directly crush them all? At this time, Chang Lunar also walked over. He brought a whole cheerleading team to cheer for Han Jue. At this moment, Han Jue suddenly felt a gaze. It was Zhou Fan who was staring at him intently. His eyes were filled with a strong sense of fighting spirit. At this time, Mo Bamboo also arrived by Han Jue's side to cheer for Han Jue. Chang Lunar immediately looked alertly at Mo Bamboo. A strong smell of gunpowder instantly erupted between the two women. To their surprise, Xing Red Vortex also walked over and sweetly called out, "Husband!" Suddenly, the scene was like a collision between Mars and Earth, with thick smoke filling the air between the three women. Han Jue, seeing the situation, hurriedly slipped away. Finally, the assessment officially begins, with the first match being Han Jue against Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan angrily asked, "Han Jue, didn't you say that you have never been close to a woman?" Han Jue helplessly replied, "This has nothing to do with me. I am also very desperate." At this moment, Zhou Fan raised his left hand, and a small black bell emerged from the palm, eerie and mysterious. Brother Han, you must give it your all this time. At the same time, he confidently let Han Jue make the first move. Han Jue, seeing Zhou Fan so confident, also began to take it seriously. Suddenly, 3 sword chi emerged around him. Zhou Fan, upon seeing this, had a flash of red light in his eyes. The spiritual energy surrounding Zhou Fan instantly enveloped him. It was the skill, absolute defense Han Jue, endowed by his spiritual treasure. Without further ado, the sword energy around him immediately flew towards Zhou Fan like lightning. And then, everyone was left stunned and speechless. Zhou Fan's proud skill was shattered by Han Jue's strike. He was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, leaving everyone stunned. Is this the end? Soon, the top 5 have all been determined. Next, the 5 will draw lots, and those who draw the red lots will receive a bye, directly advancing to the top 3. Han Jue randomly drew 1. He unexpectedly drew a bye. Gotta say, his extraordinary luck is no joke. At this moment, Han Jue recalled that as long as he reached the top 3, he could choose the innate cultivation dwelling, and now he was already in the top 3. Wouldn't that mean that he could? After an intense battle, the top 3 have finally been selected. Just as the Elder was about to announce the rules of the final match, Han Jue directly admits defeat. Elder gave Han Jue a deep look and then announced that Han Jue had won 3rd place. At this time, Han Jue also received a system reward, the Golden Cicada Mystic Divine Robe, a 7th-grade spiritual treasure that can automatically defend against enemy attacks, withstanding a maximum of 1 strike from a divine transformation cultivator. Han Jue was immediately excited, drooling with excitement. After the assessment ended, Dao Thunder Elder brought the top 3 to the main peak hall. At this time, Silent True Immortal appeared in front of the group. The 3 innate cultivation dwellings awarded as prizes will be selected by the first-place winner. Just looking at her right hand extending out, suddenly 3 light balls flew out. The 3 innate cultivation dwellings each landed on the mountains on the outskirts of the Jade Pure 18 Peaks. These light balls from the cultivation dwellings will guide you on your way. After the first 2 selections, there was still 1 white light ball left. This cultivation dwelling has a mixed attribute of spiritual chi, but the richness of spiritual chi is equivalent to a spiritual pool. Han Jue saw this, and couldn't help but feel delighted, as this is the most suitable place for practicing my 6 spiritual roots. Soon, Han Jue followed the light ball, and arrived at his new cultivation dwelling. Han Jue couldn't wait to take out the Golden Cicada Mystic Divine Robe. He put it on right away. After wearing it, he looked just like the Emperor's new clothes, completely invisible to others. But Han Jue felt a sense of security he had never experienced before. Half a month passed, and on this day, Zhou Fan and Mo No Revenge arrived outside Han Jue's cultivation dwelling. Zhou Fan couldn't help but wonder, is this really Han Jue's cultivation dwelling? Mo No Revenge pointed to a few large characters outside the cave. At first glance, these characters are undoubtedly Han Jue cultivation dwelling. When Han Jue heard the voice of Mo No Revenge inside the cave, he immediately went to the entrance of the cave, puzzled by how they arrived. Mo No Revenge stated that they wanted to invite Han Jue to help take down a branch of the Azure Abyss demon cult. Han Jue, however, rejected without hesitation. He said he needed to prepare for a breakthrough in seclusion. Mo No Revenge immediately stated that he would prioritize giving him the Tribulation Crossing Dan as long as he got it. Han Jue suddenly stopped in his tracks. Mo No Revenge thought he had touched him. Little did he know, Han Jue was actually looking at the choices given by the system. Seeing this option, Han Jue was speechless. Was there really a need to choose? He was definitely not going. He would be able to obtain an artifact. 2 years later, Han Jue finally broke through to the Golden Core realm with his perfected 6 spiritual powers. It is said that out of every 10 Foundation establishment cultivators, only 2 or 3 successfully break through. It's not because the heavenly tribulation is so terrifying, but because the heart demon is terrifying. Even celestial beings are filled with dread at the mere mention of it. But when the heart demon encounters Han Jue, this sixth senior brother, it realizes that it has backed the wrong horse. Only the heart demon keeps tempting Han Jue. You are already strong enough. Stop hiding your strength and show the world how powerful you are. Whether you choose, with a heart devoted to benevolence, and seek the path of the sage, or to overturn all life and decree the eternal destiny of the world depends on a single thought of yours. Upon hearing this, Han Jue unexpectedly asked, Is there more? He immediately waved his hand and extinguished the heart demon. Next, he can focus on facing the heavenly tribulation. Han Jue successfully entered the Golden Core stage, and the system rewarded him with a top-grade celestial sword and the Divine Technique 6-Path Soul Absorption. However, what made Han Jue the happiest was that his lifespan had increased again. He immediately set himself a small goal, to break through the nascent soul stage within 100 years. He immediately prepared to relax and check his friend's circle. At this look, he was suddenly shocked. He actually discovered that sect leader Li Qingzi had been repeatedly attacked by demon cultivators. He immediately set off and flew towards the main hall of Jade Serenity Peak. However, along the way, incidents were happening continuously within Jade Pure Sect. There are countless injured people here. Han Jue hurriedly arrived at the palace to pay respects to Dawnstar Fairy. Dawnstar Fairy narrowed her eyes. Do you still have the audacity to come back? I thought you had already betrayed the sect. He was about to explain. Dawnstar Fairy continued, The Jade Pure Sect is about to face an unprecedented disaster. I will give you a choice. You can choose to leave the Jade Pure Sect directly. Han Jue was shaken when he heard this. At the same time, he also received the system's choices for himself. He subconsciously wanted to choose the first option to leave the Jade Pure Sect, but then he remembered he had the Golden Cicada Mystic Divine Robe. What about you, Master? Dawnstar Fairy remained calm. Master shares life and death with Jade Pure Sect. In that case, Disciple will also share life and death with Master. At this moment, Dawnstar Fairy's favorability towards Han Jue has increased to 3 stars. Han Jue suddenly had a thought. If her favorability increases by 1 more star, wouldn't he and Shifu be able to develop into Taoist partners? Dawnstar Fairy couldn't help but be shocked. Aren't you afraid of death? It may be lighter than a feather or heavier than Mount Tai, but he doesn't want to abandon Shifu and leave. However, your master hasn't taught you anything. But you have shown me great kindness, Shifu. You have fought for opportunities for me many times and helped me resolve some potential troubles. I hold all these in my heart. These words are sincere from the bottom of Han Jue's heart. In this life, Dawnstar Fairy is probably the best person to myself. Upon hearing Han Jue's sincere words, Dawnstar Fairy couldn't help but smile, feeling content in her heart. After Han Jue left, Dawnstar Fairy took out a storage bag and handed it to Chan Lunar, saying, Help yourself, junior brother, as I instructed. When Han Jue returned to his own cultivation dwelling, he found that Chan Lunar was actually at his cultivation dwelling. Originally, Dawnstar Fairy had asked her to help set up a formation at the entrance of Han Jue's cultivation dwelling that could conceal the entrance. If someone forcibly intruded, they would be trapped in the environment and unable to extricate themselves. At the same time, spiritual herbs were planted inside the cultivation dwelling to enhance the surrounding spiritual qi. Han Jue was excited and quickly thanked Senior Sister and Master without expressing his gratitude. After a while, Senior Sister moved in to accompany you. Han Jue suddenly became nervous and swallowed hard. He cautiously said, Are you trying to absorb my cultivation dwelling spiritual qi? Chan Lunar was suddenly so angry that her whole body began to tremble. You just know how to cultivate. In this way, Han Jue has nested in the cultivation dwelling for 5 years, and is now at the Golden Core Stage 3 layer stage. He found that Imo No Revenge and Zhou Fan also made the list. He once again felt fortunate that he hadn't gone with them back then. Just then, the system suddenly prompted that an innate Qi Fortuner was detected. Han Jue immediately began to investigate the background of this person. The individual's name is Chin 3 Days, born a demon embryo, and is now the core senior disciple of the Azure Abyss demon cult. At this moment, Han Jue is cultivating outside the dwelling. A person in black is looking at Han Jue's calligraphy. He was puzzled how such a big character could be found in the wilderness. Could it be cultivation dwelling? But he didn't see a door. At this moment, Han Jue was at the entrance of the cultivation dwelling, when he heard Chin 3 Days say that he was a shrinking bird turtle, which made him furious, veins bulging all over his body. When he confirmed that he was the only one there, he harshly said, "Very well, you're done for." He is a core disciple of the demon cult. He is fierce and brutal, causing fear wherever he goes. However, at this time, he is cowering at Han Jue's feet like a defeated dog. Chin 3 Days suddenly sensed a murderous intent before he could react. The three-sword chi directly pierced through Chin 3 Days' body like lightning. He was sent flying dozens of meters away like a sandbag. At the same time, three sword shadows were floating above his head. Chin 3 Days was so scared that he almost lost his soul. "Senior, what are you here for at Jade Pure Sect?" "It's all a misunderstanding, Senior. I just happened to pass by here." Chin 3 Days felt quite anxious at this moment. He had indeed investigated Jade Pure Sect, and found no sword cultivator elder as powerful as this one. Could it be that this person is the Grand Elder of Jade Pure Sect? Han Jue appeared behind Chin 3 Days, the innate demon embryo of the Azure Abyss demon cult's top disciple. "If you were handed over to the Jade Pure Sect, what do you think your fate would be?" Chin 3 Days was immediately shocked. How could the other party know his secrets? Chin 3 Days quickly turned around to beg for mercy from Han Jue, but he was surprised to find that Han Jue was unexpectedly so young. And he's only at the Foundation Establishment 9th layer stage. Could he be a disciple of the senior? At this moment, Han Jue was hesitating whether to kill him or capture him. What if one day the sect leader is captured, and he could be used as a hostage for exchange? Unexpectedly, Chin 3 Days suddenly appeared behind Han Jue and held a blade to his neck. He turned around and shouted towards the cultivation dwelling, "Senior, let me go!" Han Jue was speechless. "I don't have a disciple." Chin 3 Days immediately threw away the sword in his hand, knelt down on the ground, with cold sweats drenching his body. "I was just joking." At the same time, he cursed in his heart. "This is only the Foundation Establishment 9-layer stage." Han Jue was also speechless. Is that it? Is he too weak, or is the 3 pure phantom sword too strong? Later, Han Jue walked towards the cave and said, "Follow me." Han Jue intended to hand him over to Shifu. If he said that, he would definitely fight to escape. But Han Jue could only kill him, and did not have the power to suppress him. Han Jue suddenly asked Chin 3 Days to stab him with all his strength. Chin 3 Days started trembling and wailed, admitting his mistake. Chin 3 Days cried in fear, thinking that he will always try to attack him. He was convinced in his heart that Han Jue was definitely setting him up to kill himself. Do I really seem that scary? This demon cult's top disciple is truly too cowardly. He then ordered him to stay in the cave to grow spiritual herbs and keep it clean for him. A year passed, and Chin 3 Days saw Han Jue had been cultivating all this time without leaving the door. He thought he was exceptionally good at cultivation, thinking about himself being the core top disciple. He will delay the intelligence information if he continues like this. He saw Han Jue so confident cultivating, so he simply made a move to sabotage him. Immediately, the spiritual chi gathered in his hand. He launched a surprise attack towards Han Jue. Han Jue sensed something was amiss, and just glanced back. The art style suddenly changed. He explained that he was swatting mosquitoes. He immediately said that he would go clean up. Looking at the system prompt, that Chin 3 Days' hatred towards him had increased to 4 stars, Han Jue was speechless. He hadn't tormented him at all this year, yet the hatred had still escalated to an endless extent. It was really frustrating. At this moment, Chin 3 Days was thinking that once he escaped, he would definitely find a way to settle the score for this year. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, only to see a hole the size of a human head appeared on Shin 3-Day's chest. It was Han Jue who took the shot and killed him. I have given you a chance, but you are still useless. Behave yourself, at least you have some value to exchange for hostages. Now it's not necessary anymore. Han Jue also felt a headache at this moment. According to the routine in the novel, if he kills the old one, an even older one will come. Sure enough, a black mist slowly drifted out of Shin 3-Day's body. A figure emerged from the black mist. Do you have the courage to identify yourself after killing my disciple? Azure Abyss Demon called Zhang Kunmo. Are you Cao Cao? I remember you. He vanished after speaking. At this moment, the system displayed a message. Zhang Kunmo holds a grudge against you with a current 5-star hatred level. Han Jue felt extremely nervous. How could he handle a 5-star grudge? However, when he checked his connections list, he realized that the other party's cultivation level was only at the nascent Soul 8 layer, far from the divine transformation. How cool would it be to have such a thoughtful cultivation system? As long as you stick to your path and continue to cultivate, your strength will constantly grow. The system might even occasionally give out world-class cultivation techniques, top-notch artifacts, and other small gifts. Even on his 100th birthday, the system specially presented a big gift. It is said that 8 years after Han Jue killed Shin 3-Day, on this day, Xing Red Vortex came to Han Jue's cultivation dwelling. When Han Jue saw Xing Red Vortex, he was so scared that his entire body twisted. Very soon, Xing Red Vortex made her intentions clear by pulling out dozens of bottles of Jade Pure Dan, generously stating that these were accumulated over many years for Han Jue to enjoy to his heart's content. Han Jue's expression softened, and he told Xing Red Vortex to take them back and use them herself as he no longer needed them. Xing Red Vortex's smile froze. Immediately her expression changed dramatically. Have you already? Han Jue said seriously. Don't spread the news about my breakthrough. If you want to be my Taoist partner, you must cultivate diligently. Otherwise, hundreds of years will pass. I will become an immortal, while you will turn into bones. Your deep feelings for me will be a punishment. Upon hearing the name Red Vortex, Xing couldn't help but calm down. I can't hold you back. Husband, don't worry. I'll go help you get the Golden Core Stage Cultivation Dan pill. Han Jue was confused as soon as he heard this. That's not what I meant at all. At this moment, the headquarters of the Azure Abyss Demon Cult. Inside a dark and dim hall, Master of Demon Cult Duan Skyreaching is discussing with 7 elders about attacking Jade Pure Sect. They have been fighting with Li Qingzi for decades. Li Qingzi deliberately did not return to Jade Pure Sect. At this point, someone proposed to directly attack Jade Pure Sect, and suddenly everyone agreed. After a while, Skyreaching waited for everyone to quiet down. He slowly said, I am about to launch a divine transformation attack on the Jade Pure Sect. It's almost certain to succeed. When these words were spoken, all the elders looked at him in shock. I have prepared for this for decades. I have confidence. Please wait for another 30 years. Everyone cheered excitedly upon hearing this. 10 years have passed, and Han Jue has cultivated his Thunder Wind spiritual root to the Golden Core 9th layer. He seems to have already seen the nascent soul beckoning to him. He is completely immersed in this joyous time and unable to extricate himself. Suddenly, Chan Lunar appeared beside Han Jue without anyone noticing. Han Jue was quite startled by the sudden appearance of her senior sister, Chan Lunar. It took a long time for Chan Lunar to explain that she came to deliver the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, which, when planted by the poolside, could enhance the spiritual chi of the cultivation dwelling, possibly making it the best cultivation dwelling for the spiritual chi of the Jade Pure Sect. Han Jue immediately expressed gratitude to senior sister. Chan Lunar smiled and said that it was all a reward from Master, and that he was just running errands. Han Jue couldn't help but sigh that his master was really good to him. Chan Lunar then chatted with Han Jue about the events that had happened at Jade Serenity Peak in recent years. When he learned that Old Iron had passed away peacefully 2 years ago, Han Jue was stunned to hear this. Before he passed away, he wanted to see you one last time. As for the reason, we didn't find out. Upon hearing this news, Han Jue's expression suddenly became complex. He used to really dislike Old Iron. But looking back now, Old Iron never harmed him. He could even say that Old Iron raised him. But now this aversion has long since disappeared. He even feels a little nostalgic. Senior sister, you have to take control of the present. If you are no longer around one day, junior brother might really not know how to carry on. Chan Lunar smiled upon hearing this and said, I thought you didn't even have me in your heart. After chatting for a while, Chan Lunar said it was time to go back to cultivation, aiming to accompany junior brother on the path of cultivation for a little longer. Although Chan Lunar was joking, these words fell into Han Jue's ears as a bitter truth. He remained silent for a long time. Soon after, he was seen writing Old Iron's name on the cave wall as his tombstone. I hope you will be born into a good family in your next life. More than a decade has passed, and besides earthly and spiritual roots, Han Jue has reached the Golden Core 9-layer stage. On his 100th birthday, the system unlocked a new function for him. Open the simulation trial function. You can set the opponent's cultivation level and strength level, as well as detect all living beings within 100 miles to replicate their strength for battle. The outcome of the fights will not affect the real body or mental state. Han Jue was immediately delighted. This is truly a divine technique. He has always been uncertain about his own strength, and now he can finally give it a try. He immediately started the simulation trial, and the next moment he found himself in a different dimension. Immediately, he heard the voice of the system. You can choose a character from the interpersonal relationship list as the template for opponent's strength. He immediately chose Xianxia, the strongest sect leader. The next second, a person identical to the sect leader appeared in front of Han Jue. Han Jue had not reacted yet when Xianxia launched an attack towards Han Jue. How awesome is Han Jue exactly? Strong fighters at the nascent soul stage are unable to break through the defenses of the Heavenly Dao body. However, Xianxia was killed by him at the Golden Core stage. Even the Master of Demon Cult with Divine Transformation stage cultivation level. Han Jue killed him with just one move. Speaking of the simulated Xianxia created by the system, as soon as he appeared, he immediately launched an attack on Han Jue. Fortunately, Han Jue timely used the 7-fold phantom step to dodge it. Immediately, he exerted all his strength to unleash a 3 pure phantom sword towards Xianxia. However, as the smoke cleared, Xianxia miraculously emerged unscathed, with his whole body covered in gold. It was indeed the incredible skill, Heavenly Dao body. Han Jue marveled at this extraordinary technique as he watched Xianxia launch another attack. Han Jue threw another 9-long exorcism seal over, only to have it scattered by a punch from Xianxia. Han Jue continuously switched between 6 attributes of spiritual power, each 9-long exorcism seal colliding with Xianxia. Soon, Xianxia was knocked back by the 9-long exorcism seal. Han Jue was also quite surprised. The 9-long exorcism seal was obviously not simple, actually forcing the sect leader into such a situation. Currently, battling against a nascent soul stage 8-layer opponent was a struggle, only able to repel but not defeat them. Just at this moment, a system pop-up appeared. Is it possible to lower the opponent's strength? He looked at the adjustable range. He suddenly felt that this simulated trial was becoming more and more interesting. At this moment, inside the main hall of Jade Pure Sect's main peak, the sect leader and all the elders are gathered here, each with a serious expression on their face. Duan Skyreaching successfully crossed the tribulation last month and was in the process of solidifying his divine transformation cultivation level before that. At the same time, The sect leader has already reached out to various orthodox sects for help, but none of them have responded. When the time comes, it will be up to me and the elder to deal with Duan Sky Reaching using my Heavenly Vidra body as the strongest cultivation technique of the Jade Pure sect. I hope to have a battle with him. On the other side, Han Jue has been continuously attempting. He has now been able to break through Li Qingzi's nascent Soul 5 layer and successfully instantly kill him with his Heavenly Vidra body. He once again explained that this training system is really excellent. Another 10 years have passed, and Han Jue finally cultivated all his spiritual roots to the 9-layer great perfection of the Golden Core. Today, he officially began to break through the nascent soul stage. Just as Han Jue was starting to undergo the tribulation, Chong Lunar hurriedly ran over here. It turns out that the demon cult invasion is imminent. She wanted to tell Han Jue and take her to temporarily hide in the inner region. But from afar, she saw Han Jue undergoing a tribulation, believing that Han Jue was breaking through the Golden Core realm. At this moment, she thought to herself that if the Azure Abyss cult were to attack from this direction, wouldn't it disrupt his tribulation? She knew that forcibly disrupting a tribulation was a big taboo. Therefore, she decided to guard Han Jue here. The demon cult army finally arrived at the Jade Pure sect. Chong Lunar found out that they attacked from a different direction. They just happened to avoid Junior Brother's cultivation dwelling. Bringing him to the inner at this time would harm him instead. Then she thought of Han Jue. As long as he didn't leave the cultivation dwelling, he would always be safe. She immediately flew towards the main peak on her sword. She is willing to live and die together with her Sherfu. At the same time, she silently prays that Han Jue never comes back. It is unclear how long it took, but Han Jue finally broke through to the nascent soul stage. He found that even the 6 paths of reincarnation cultivation technique had undergone a transformation, with all spiritual roots merging and the 6 types of spiritual power uniting into a new and powerful spiritual chi, the 6-path spiritual power. Afterward, he can directly absorb spiritual power from the heavens and earth. He no longer needs to cultivate each spiritual root one by one. At this time, the system also sends a prompt, rewarding a divine technique called the Heavenly Extermination Sword. However, what excites Han Jue the most is that is, his own lifespan has increased to 998 years. At that moment, Han Jue once again received a system prompt that his sect Jade Pure sect was under attack by the Azure Abyss demon cult. The system sent another notification. He screened out the strongest within the Jade Pure sect, the Azure Abyss demon cult master Duan Sky Reaching at the Divine Transformation Stage 1 layer. Should he immediately start the simulated trial under Han Jue's subconscious urge to refuse? But then he calmed down. He could kill a nascent soul with his Golden Core stage. Now he should have the power to fight against someone at the Divine Transformation stage. He then proceeded to start the trial. At this moment, on the main peak of the Jade Pure sect, demon cult elder Zhang Kunmo continuously shouts the name Cao Cao, calling him out to face death. However, no one recognizes Cao Cao. Just 1 minute has passed, and Han Jue has successfully completed the trial. Duan Sky Reaching. Just this? This is the most exciting scene in the whole comic for me. Jade Pure sect was brutally slaughtered by Azure Abyss demon cult, with the Supreme Elder, sect leader, and Dawn Star Fairy on the brink of death. At the moment when Jade Pure sect is on the verge of extinction, Han Jue arrived in time to save everyone. His phrase, hiding cultivator, is also full of passion. He battles divine transformation with nascent soul. On the main peak of the Jade Pure sect, Li Qingzi and the Supreme Elder under the pressure of Duan Sky Reaching have long been at their wits' end. But for the sake of the Jade Pure sect, they must fight. Duan Sky Reaching looked down on them, laughing wildly. You just need to kneel down and beg for mercy. Perhaps the sea can spare you some suffering. Li Qingzi said in a cold voice. I, as a disciple of the Jade Pure sect, will never submit to the demonic path. After saying that, he mustered his last bit of strength and rushed towards Duan Sky, reaching to attack. But the next second, he flew back like a cannonball. Dawnstar Fairy nearby sighed. Jade Pure Sect is finished in the end. Dawnstar Fairy couldn't help but think that Han Jue, that kid, is probably still in seclusion. She then thought about other disciples. She was filled with sorrow and self-blame in her heart. Being unable to protect you as a master, she could only leave before you. Dawnstar Fairy slowly stood up. Even facing death, she was determined to die for the Jade Pure Sect. And at this moment, Mo Bamboo was forced to a dead end by members of the demon cult at the edge of the cliff. She chose to protect her innocence. She resolutely jumped off the cliff without hesitation. At this moment, her spiritual power had long been depleted. She can't even perform sword control now. The last thing she thought of in her mind was that man. I wonder if she will meet him again in the next life. A familiar voice sounded by her ear. She found that the man she was thinking about was hugging her. The people from the demon cult behind him were all turned into meat paste. Am I in heaven now? Han Jue quickly found Mo no revenge. He directly threw Mo Bamboo to him and flew towards the main peak. He also casually killed the 3 golden core cultivators besieging Mo no revenge along the way. He can feel the powerful pressure emanating from the main peak. He hopes that he can still catch up. Just then, he sensed the aura of Chong Lunar. At this moment, Chong Lunar and the others were surrounded by a group of demon cultivators. Just as they were preparing to fight to the death. Suddenly, 3 flashing demon cultivators flew from a distance and swiftly cut them in half, just like slicing watermelons. Chong Lunar and the others were all stunned. Han Jue also did not stay for a moment, and continued flying towards the main peak. At this moment, in a certain grove, a one-eyed dragon is currently pressuring Xing Red Vortex to be their Taoist partner. Xing Red Vortex could never agree to that. Just as the one-eyed dragon was about to make a move, Xing Red Vortex suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "My lord!" The one-eyed dragon thought that Xing Red Vortex had obediently surrendered, but he did not know that Han Jue had already appeared behind him with eyes blazing red. Han Jue resolved the demon cult's second disciple with just one move. After he instructed Xing Red Vortex to find a place to hide, he then continued to rush towards the main peak. At this moment, the system prompted that Xing Red Vortex's favorability towards you has increased to 6 stars. Han Jue couldn't help but smile bitterly, thinking about my damn charm and strength. At this time, on the main peak, Li Qingzi, the Supreme Elder, and Dawnstar Fairy, among others, were all seriously injured. Among them, Li Qingzi and the Supreme Elder are the most miserable. Duan Sky Reaching looks down on everyone from a high position. The next second, he arrived in front of Dawnstar Fairy. Are you still unwilling to give up? Guess. How many people are still alive in your Jade Pure Sect? He raised his hand after speaking. He made a fatal blow to Dawnstar Fairy at this critical moment. Han Jue appeared in time and rescued Dawnstar Fairy. It was the first time he had seen her in such a distressed state. He asked with concern. Dawnstar Fairy also widened her eyes when she saw Han Jue. But the next second, he punched Han Jue in the face and said, "What are you doing here? Get as far away as you can." You are no longer a disciple of Jade Pure Sect. Duan Sky Reaching feels like he is being ignored. He immediately became angry and embarrassed. If you kneel down and count out 3 times, this seat will spare your life. This is your chance to join the Azure Abyss Demon Cult. At this time, the system also popped up with 2 choices, but Han Jue was not affected by these choices. The reason he came here was that he had already made a decision in his heart. Just by watching him step by step closer to Duan Sky Reaching, his blood was already boiling. The hiding cultivator also has hot blood. Just at that moment, he suddenly heard Cao Cao shout. Just saw Zhang Kunmo suddenly appear behind Han Jue. You don't even need the seat to take action. With Kunmo Elder's strength, he alone can crush all of you. However, as soon as Zhang Kunmo's voice fell, he flew out like a cannonball. Everyone was shocked to see this scene. Han Jue smiled at Duan Skyreaching and asked, "Are you ready? I'm about to send you on your way." At this moment, Zhang Kunmo, who was knocked flying, awkwardly climbed up from the ground. He angrily roared in frustration. He summoned forth his most powerful artifact. Then he charged towards Han Jue. Han Jue slowly raised his left hand. He only extended his index finger. 3 pure phantom sword. Just a moment. The arrogant Azure Abyss Demon Cult Elder had his head blown off by Han Jue. Everyone was shocked by this blow. At this moment, Duan Skyreaching was wearing a playful smile. At a young age, he could already wield a sword against my sex elder. Why not join my demon cult? I can offer you wealth, companionship, the path, and the environment. The moment the words were not finished, 3 sword shadows had already arrived in front of Duan Skyreaching. But the next second, a layer of red shield appeared in front of him, blocking the 3 sword shadows. Han Jue was puzzled to see his 3 pure phantom sword being easily blocked. He couldn't help but wonder what was behind him. Behind me is the innate black magnet, a treasure that can absorb spiritual power, and is immune to most attacks. Unless your spiritual power surpasses mine, you cannot touch me. I have already given you a chance. Blame yourself for being arrogant. Duan Skyreaching suddenly erupted with the terrifying pressure of divine transformation. This pressure instantly enveloped the entire Jade Pure sect. In an instant, all the Jade Pure sect disciples who were fighting looked in horror towards the main peak. I want everyone from the Jade Pure sect to die in front of you. I'll see how you protect the Jade Pure sect. Han Jue has now taken out the Kirin sword noisily. Have you finished talking? Is there anything else you want to say? Han Jue raised the Kirin sword in his hand, preparing to perform divine techniques. Duan Skyreaching but laughed heartily. Last words? Or would you like to keep it for yourself to say? Soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. As Han Jue's divine techniques were released, he noticed that he was locked by something and couldn't move a muscle. And this divine techniques is precisely Han Jue's heavenly extermination sword. The sword chi swept across. Duan Skyreaching dispersed into the air, as if evaporated by high temperature, dissipated between heaven and earth. No one knows how many times nascent soul has been frightened by divine transformation today. He's really impressive. However, at this moment, Han Jue sensed that Duan Skyreaching's primordial spirit had escaped. This hidden danger must not remain. He immediately chased after the primordial spirit, and at this moment, on a pile of ruins, Duan Skyreaching's primordial spirit was trembling uncontrollably. Fortunately, he ran fast. Who exactly is this person? Your father Genghis Khan. The sound immediately startled Duan Skyreaching, only to see that Han Jue appeared behind Duan Skyreaching at some unknown time. The century-long battle between Jade Pure Sect and Azure Abyss Demon Cult comes to an end today. He raised his left hand and unleashed the divine technique 6 paths soul absorption of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Duan Skyreaching immediately let out a scream of horror. The Yogwai taming demon sect will not let you go. Before he could roar a few more words, his primordial spirit was refined by Han Jue. Han Jue is wondering, what is the Yogwai taming demon sect? I just heard 2 system prompts. You have successfully killed divine transformation and obtained a bottle of spirit essence Dan. Xiao Unluck harbors hatred towards you. Current hostility level is 5 stars Han Jue. Feeling confused, who is Xiao Unluck? Can you imagine this somewhat silly youth before you? He just single-handedly saved the entire Jade Pure sect by instantly killing divine transformation at the nascent soul stage. After Han Jue killed Duan Skyreaching, he suddenly received a 5-star hostility from Xiao Unluck. He immediately checked his connections list and found out that Xiao Unluck is actually at the Fusion Void stage, 2 layer. Han Jue was speechless. He knew that even stronger troublemakers would come looking for him. At this moment, everyone suddenly noticed that Duan Skyreaching's innate black magnet emitted an abnormal signal. Just then, a thick smoke emerged from the innate black magnet. Soon, a figure emerged from the smoke. It is indeed remarkable that Daoist friends' divine techniques have broadened my horizons. Han Jue immediately prepared to pick up his sword and go for the kill. The other party said, "I am Fusion Void, a great cultivator. Your divine techniques cannot kill us primordial spirits. As long as Duan Skyreaching can buy a little time, I won't only recover so little." Upon hearing this, Silent True Immortal was greatly shocked. "Fusion Void? Who are you?" "I am the Elder Xiao Unluck of the Northern Prefecture Yogwai Taming Demon Sect. I have been planning for many years, but I did not expect to have you as a variable. I will remember this debt for now." "Are you suggesting that earlier, Duan Skyreaching was just stalling for time, and actually doing it for you?" "That's natural. This waste told me that no one in Jade Pure Sect is his match, and that he could let me. Speaking of which, Xiao Unluck just realized. Kid, are you trying to trick me? I see that your primordial spirit is different from ordinary people. Your primordial spirit must have been damaged or your physical body destroyed, right?" Xiao Unluck snorted. "You are not qualified to know. I just disdain bullying juniors." "I have already sent this information back to the Yogwai Taming Demon Sect. Wait for the retaliation from the Demon Sect." With that, Xiao Unluck disappeared. Li Qingzi then realized that the Azure Abyss cult's betrayal of the Myriad Demons realm was actually arranged by the Yogwai Taming Demon Sect. Li Qingzi immediately turned to look at Han Jue. The top priority is to completely eliminate all the demon cultivators within the sect. Halfway through speaking, he realized that Han Jue completely ignored him. He went straight to Dawn Star Fairy's side to treat her injuries. Upon hearing Li Qingzi instructing him to go and exterminate the demon cultivators, without even thinking, he rejected it outright, saying, "You guys can go on your own. If I manage to wipe out the entire demon cult, my reputation will soar. People are afraid of becoming famous just like pigs are afraid of getting fat." Dawnstar Fairy's mouth slightly curled upwards upon hearing this. At this moment, the elders present all cast envious glances towards Dawnstar Fairy. Thunder Elder then asked Han Jue, "What is the origin of Daoist friend? Tell us about your background. You are definitely not a disciple that our Jade Pure Sect can cultivate. Why bother about our past acquaintance? Just know that I am now a disciple of Jade Pure Sect, and I won't harm Jade Pure Sect, that's all." Just as everyone was talking, the other elders of the demon cult arrived. But they couldn't see any trace of Duan Skyreaching. Instead, they saw Zhang Kunmo's body. At this time, Li Qingzi fully mobilized the remaining spiritual qi in his body. The voice echoed throughout the entire Jade Pure Sect. "The master of the demon cult, Duan Skyreaching, is dead. All disciples of the Jade Pure Sect heed my command to kill all demon cultivators within the sect." Upon hearing that their own cult master had died, the people of the demon cult were shocked. They were suddenly frightened and fled in all directions. Jade Pure Sect disciples suddenly became passionate. They all chased after the people of the demon cult and beat them severely like killing dogs. When they saw the demon cultivators fleeing everywhere, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, Li Qingzi's gaze towards Han Jue became fiery. Unable to make any more breakthroughs in his own cultivation level, he decided to keep this disciple in the Jade Pure Sect and promptly announced to everyone that Han Jue was appointed as the vice sect leader of the Jade Pure Sect. Han Jue suddenly appeared in front of Li Qingzi. "I am single-mindedly focused on wanting to cultivate as the vice sect leader, but it's so tiring. How can I have time to cultivate?" Li Qingzi couldn't help but feel conflicted when he heard this. In the end, Elder Taishang proposed that he would be named an elder and receive the salary and treatment of a vice sect leader, unless there was trouble in the sect. No one was allowed to disturb Han Jue on normal days. Han Jue immediately nodded in satisfaction, as this was exactly what he liked. At this moment, Han Jue suddenly said, "By the way, The person just now is at the fusion void stage, wouldn't he be? It doesn't matter. Just as you guessed before. He does only have his primordial spirit left. Most likely, Duan Sky Reaching is willing to help him recover his physical body in order to achieve a breakthrough. The reason he is delaying time is probably because of some kind of secret technique to absorb the spiritual chi and vitality of the Jade Pure sect. Furthermore, the northern prefecture is far away from our location. Even if they come rushing over, my Righteous Alliance allies will not let them cause trouble. Then, Han Jue still does not feel safe and continues to tighten up security to quickly surpass the fusion void stage. After the battle between Jade Pure sect and Azure Abyss Demon cult, a mysterious power legend quietly circulated within Jade Pure sect. At this critical moment for Jade Pure sect, thanks to our sect/immortal elder, who turned peril into safety with a single sword, facing the divine transformation. I heard what Dawnstar Fairy said. Suddenly a large group of fans of /immortal elder surged forward from the audience. Later, Dawnstar Fairy asked everyone to leave and only left behind Han Jue alone. Dawnstar Fairy and Han Jue remained silent for a moment. Dawnstar Fairy then said softly, "Don't you have anything to say?" Han Jue suddenly looked puzzled and asked, "What do you want me to say? What exactly are you? What is your purpose in coming to Jade Pure sect? Li Qingzi may overlook it, but I, as his master, must figure it out," Han Jue replied. "No wonder you have never needed my guidance. Should I address you as Daoist friend Han from now on?" Han Jue fell silent after hearing this. His background as a disciple should have been clear to you from Junior Brother Iron. Do you not believe in my talent? Dawnstar Fairy narrowed her eyes slightly and said, "Even though you have exceptional talent, where did you obtain those cultivation techniques?" At this moment, Han Jue also realized that the idea of nascent soul-killing divine transformation was too unbelievable. If he were to say it out loud, no one would believe him. Moreover, he has always kept a low profile but managed to obtain top-grade resources. If he claimed it was no issue, even a fool wouldn't believe him. Finally, Han Jue came up with a suitable reason. So, Han Jue began his story. Once there was a child who loved to drink beast milk. He lived carefree every day. One day, he found something under a blackened old willow tree that had been struck by lightning. Just as he was about to hand it over to his police uncle, suddenly, a celestial being sprung out from the ring and set his sights on him, wanting to take him as a disciple. Observing your extraordinary physique, you must be a unique genius among a million. Meeting you is fate. I have an emperor-grade cultivation technique to give you. Since then, the celestial being often appeared in his dreams, stating that he would definitely become a celestial being. However, his fate was full of twists and turns, so he secluded himself all day long, not daring to cause trouble. Han Jue felt like he was missing a big picture. I suppose his master wouldn't believe it, right? Little did he know that Dawnstar Fairy actually believed him, and even mentioned a similar precedent. At this point, Dawnstar Fairy raised another question. In that case, why did you step forward back then? Jade Pure sect has never treated you well, and I believe you don't consider Jade Pure sect as your own family either. Indeed, but I have lived for 100 years, and there are not many people who matter to me. The most important person is in Jade Pure sect, and I still wish to live and die with Jade Pure sect. At this time, the system prompts that Dawnstar Fairy's liking for you has increased to 3.5 stars. Despite being Dawnstar Fairy, she couldn't help but feel elated by his words, swiftly changing the topic. So what are your plans for the future? Will you continue to seclude yourself? Who knows when the boss of the Fusion Void stage will come to attack? I must seize the time to grow stronger. Dawnstar Fairy quickly changed the topic and let Han Jue leave. When Han Jue returned to the cultivation dwelling, he thought about the attitude of the various elders towards him before. Comparing it with their current attitude, it's like night and day. Is this what they call showing off? It does feel quite satisfying. Indeed, everything boils down to one's capabilities. It seems that closing oneself off for cultivation is the right choice after all. Let's keep giving it our all for cultivation from now on. At this moment, Chan Lunar came over carrying a pile of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He is preparing to help upgrade the spiritual herb and spiritual formation in Han Jue's cultivation dwelling. Han Jue repeatedly expressed his gratitude for this. You are already a immortal elder. Can I still be your senior sister? At this moment, the system reminds Han Jue suddenly press senior sister against the wall. As long as senior sister diligently cultivates and does not become a slacker, you will always be my senior sister. This action immediately made Chan Lunar blush. Han Jue then leaned close to Chan Lunar's ear and whispered softly, Senior sister, I have a request. Chan Lunar agreed without hesitation. Han Jue immediately revealed an old witch-like smile. Please trouble senior sister to set up a formation at the cultivation dwelling to prevent fire, theft, and unwanted visitors like senior sister. In the next 3 years, Jade Pure Sect will severely punish the traitors. The Azure Abyss demon cult, which has been evil for 100 years, was completely wiped out in the end, shocking the entire immortal cultivation world of the Great Yin. The title of /immortal elder is also spreading in the immortal cultivation world, and Han Jue has also reached the nascent soul second layer. At this moment, the system suddenly sent a message triggering a hidden achievement, granting an additional artifact, Yaowai Binding Rope, and a spellbook, Grand Thunderstorm of the Cosmos. Others receive opportunities from their master to their disciple. But Han Jue not only picked an innate chi practitioner as his disciple, he also obtained a tremendous opportunity from him. On that day, dark clouds gathered over the Jade Pure Sect, terrifying power enveloping the 18 peaks, making everyone's heart tremble. The elders thought that the demon cult was attacking again, and each one was ready to fight. At this time, the Supreme Elder's eyes shone with golden light as he looked towards the dark clouds. Then he calmly said, The source is over on Han Jue's territory. Everyone should go back to their own home and find their own mother. At this time, the commotion caused by Han Jue is due to the spell he just obtained in Cultivate, the Grand Thunderstorm of the Cosmos. This spell can mobilize the spiritual chi of thunder between heaven and earth to unleash a world-destroying thunderstorm. Feeling the power of this spell, Han Jue is delighted in his heart, finally having a large area damage skill. At this moment, Li Qingzi suddenly approached Han Jue with a smiling face, indicating that there was something to discuss with him. When the two arrived at Han Jue's cultivation dwelling, Li Qingzi said that this cultivation dwelling is indeed a bit small. How about moving to the main peak to cultivate? It is big and comfortable there. Seeing Li Qingzi with malicious intentions, Han Jue rejected without hesitation. Seeing Han Jue's refusal, Li Qingzi did not insist. He even offered to help him turn this into an innate cultivation dwelling. Then he explained the real purpose of this visit. Elder Han, are you willing to take on a disciple? Upon hearing this, Han Jue was stunned. If this young person has outstanding talent, Elder Han can offer guidance when available. Just then, Li Qingzi gestured. A man walked in from outside. At this moment, the system suddenly prompted. Detected an innate chi wielder. All the information of this person suddenly appeared in front of Han Jue. This person possesses the bloodline of the sacred Yaowai, born half human and half demon. They were imprisoned by the Azure Abyss demon cult and later rescued by the Jade Pure Sect. Seeing this, Han Jue couldn't help but sigh. Another protagonist template. Unable to do anything about it, Han Jue agreed to take on a disciple. However, they requested that the disciple be allowed to choose the cultivation technique of the Jade Pure Sect. Han Jue stated that they would only be responsible for teaching spells and divine techniques. Li Qingzi readily agreed to this arrangement. At this time, Li Qingzi brought over a large box. These represent the tokens of your authority as the /immortal elder, which you can give to your disciples in the future. Seeing this, Han Jue was speechless. Does this mean I have to take on a whole line of disciples later on? Before Han Jue could say anything, Xianxia quickly slipped away. At that moment, Han Jue looked at Yang Skywinter. Master has already deduced your origins. Your name is Yang Skywinter. Half human, half demon, Yang Skywinter was once imprisoned by the Azure Abyss demon cult. Shocked, he looked up. Xianxia specifically instructed before you arrived. Do not tell Han Jue about your own past. I didn't expect that Han Jue could directly infer it. Yang Skywinter is completely convinced by his master, he could even calculate this. At this point, the system prompts that Yang Skywinter's goodwill has increased to 3 stars. Han Jue secretly feels proud. I have the system on my side. What don't I know? Han Jue then threw a token to him, telling him to find a place to meditate and cultivate on his own. Unexpectedly, Yang Skywinter suddenly said, Master, I have a request. My father once left behind a profound art that requires reaching divine transformation in order to cultivate disciples. I am dull-witted. Please, Master, teach me. Then Yang Skywinter handed out a red feather with both hands. Han Jue was suddenly greatly surprised. Do you know what it means to? Shifu leads you to the door. Cultivation depends on the individual. Han Jue first threw his chief disciple aside, letting him cultivate on his own for 10 years. After 10 years passed, he still didn't teach him anything. He directly kicked him out of the cultivation dwelling and made him go on a mission. He must come back only after achieving the first place. Speaking of which, after Han Jue picked up the feather handed to him by Yang Skywinter, he found that his spiritual sense was blocked by the feather. It seems that in order to obtain the supreme technique inside, he must possess divine transformation level spiritual sense. Then he waved his hand to indicate that he would take it for research first, and asked Yang Skywinter to go cultivate for 10 years before teaching the spells. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed just like that. In these 10 years, Han Jue also cultivated to nascent soul 4 layer. When he opened his eyes and looked at his lone disciple, he found Yang Skywinter looking at Han Jue with a face full of grievance. He's grown feathers on his head, saying he hasn't moved in 10 years and might even get hemorrhoids. Han Jue felt embarrassed when he saw this, but seeing him progress from foundation establishment 1 layer to 6 layer in just 10 years does show some ability. Later, he asked how the past 10 years had been. In response, the disciple mentioned that he had benefited greatly from the hard cultivation over the past 10 years, and had also gained some insights into the principles. Han Jue couldn't help but let out a sigh in his heart, realizing that even after many years of isolation, he had not gained any insights into the principles. Then he stretched and yawned. You should go out and do some tasks, he said. Upon hearing this, he finally felt relieved that he could go out. I remember there's a monthly contribution leaderboard in the sect mission hall. When you become the top of the monthly leaderboard, then come back. Just as Yang Skywinter was feeling joyous a moment ago, he suddenly felt despair. Only heaven knows how long it will take for him to accomplish this. Han Jue didn't wait for Yang Skywinter to say anything, he directly kicked him out. After finally driving away Yang Skywinter, Han Jue took out that feather. He decided to start unraveling the restrictions on this feather right now. Just look at him taking out the spirit essence Dan he got earlier. This item is specifically designed to enhance spiritual sense. Han Jue immediately took all of the spirit essence Dan. After he fully absorbed them, he felt that his spiritual sense had increased by more than 10-fold. He once again probed into the feather with his spiritual sense, encountering the resistance from before. This time, his spiritual sense collided with it. In just a few seconds, he broke through the restriction, and countless golden symbols flooded in. At this moment, Han Jue, at the foot of the Jade Pure Sect Mountain, was leading a group of children towards the sect. He is currently in charge of recruiting new disciples for the sect. He looked at their appearances. Mo no Revenge couldn't help but smile, thinking back to when he first entered Jade Pure Sect and was just like this. At this moment, a breaking sound came from the air, and a bamboo arrow shot towards Mo no Revenge from the dark. Mo no Revenge instinctively dodged it. But the bamboo arrow exploded not far from Mo no Revenge, and a toxic mist spread out from it. All fall back. Enemy attack. Then, they saw a figure wearing a rain cape. The person wielding 2 knives attacked Mo no Revenge. Mo no Revenge immediately deflected this blow and forced the man in the raincoat back several meters with a single strike. However, another person appeared behind him, and a spear pierced Mo no Revenge's shoulder. Seeing Mo no Revenge injured, everyone else became extremely worried. At this time, a person in a raincoat said in a deep voice, "Everyone kneel down and don't move. We are only here to catch Mo no Revenge. If any of you dare to interfere, you won't make it back alive." Mo no Revenge was hit right on the edge of his vital spot, and dared not move recklessly. "Who are you people? Heavenly stars and earthly fiends. I can only tell you that a great calamity is coming for the Jade Pure sect." Suddenly, everyone felt a tremor in the ground. At some point, a giant appeared, with his upper body disappearing into the sea of clouds. This person was none other than Han Jue. What he was using was the divine techniques he learned from the feathers imitate heaven and mirror earth. Forge the physical body with vital energy to achieve perfection and cultivate a body that can reach tens of thousands of feet tall. I only heard him shouting, "How dare you arrest my sect disciple at the entrance of Jade Pure sect?" How hypocritical is Han Jue in the end? His only disciple was taken away. He not only did not go to rescue him, but also admitted that he was doomed to die, praying that he would be born into a good family in his next life. The 2 disguised men were scared stiff after seeing the mighty Han Jue, while Han Jue was secretly delighted. This imitate heaven and mirror earth move is simply flawless when it comes to showing off, not only powerful but also top-notch in destructive force. He saw that there were his own people below and couldn't act recklessly. Just as he was considering whether to eliminate them together, he suddenly realized that the person looked a bit familiar. 2 people in raincoats watched as Han Jue charged towards them. Those 2 people were both stunned. They even tried to use Mo no Revenge as a hostage to threaten. But Han Jue completely ignored them. He directly swung his fist like a mountain and smashed it over. The other people from the Jade Pure sect on the side were all frightened and cried out, saying, "We are on the same side!" But just as the fist was about to hit them, it disappeared into thin air. Mo no Revenge saw a figure flash past him. The next second, he heard 2 miserable screams. When Mo no Revenge looked back again, the 2 of them had disappeared and everyone was bewildered, not knowing what had happened. At this moment, Mo no Revenge knew who the arrivals were and could defeat the 2 experts of the Golden Core realm in an instant. Who else could it be but him? At this point, Mo no Revenge also realized. He shouted at the disciple, who was standing dumbfounded on the side. "What are you still staring at? Hurry up and treat my injuries." Xianxia is secretly cultivating the Supreme Mastery. Yes, the Supreme Mastery. Suddenly, the door was kicked open by someone. Xianxia was so scared that he quickly destroyed all evidence. "I only saw the 2 straw-coated men being thrown in just now. These 2 men want to catch Mo no Revenge and hand him over to you." The newcomer is none other than Han Jue. When Xianxia saw that straw hat and 2 knives, he immediately had a change in expression. He obviously recognized their origin. Clad in a straw cloak, he walks alone into the fading mist. With twin blades, he dares to slay the righteous immortals. Unexpectedly, an elder appeared out of nowhere. If I'm not mistaken, these should be people from the Strawcloak sacred cult. 1,000 years ago, the Strawcloak sacred cult ruled over the great Yin immortal cultivation world. However, due to their rampages and massacres of the young talents from various sects, they were defeated and forced into hiding by the righteous cultivators working together. Recently, they have resurfaced and captured many disciples of the righteous path. They seem to have obtained a lot of information about us. The disciples who were captured are all talented individuals. I suspect there is a traitor from our sect who is either gathering intelligence from the Sunrise Pavilion or from. Do not jump to conclusions. This demon cult has hidden for thousands of years, but suddenly emerged. Their ambitions must be immense. Han Jue then asked, how strong is the Strawcloak Sacred Cult? Do they have a fusion void stage cultivator? I'm sure divine transformation has one, but it's unclear for the Strawcloak Sacred Cult. Upon hearing this, Han Jue immediately had the thought of fleeing. There's no time to lose. I must personally visit each sect with Xianxia to unite the various schools on the right path. I'll leave the comforting of the Jade Pure sect to you during this time. Elder Tai Shang had just finished speaking when the system popped up. As soon as he saw the system's choices, he agreed immediately. As long as he didn't have to leave, he was fine with anything. Upon hearing that Han Jue actually agreed, both of them were overjoyed. In this way, another 6 years passed, and Han Jue broke through to the nascent soul 5th layer, even extending his lifespan to 1,080 years. At this point, he remembered his disciple. It seems like he hasn't heard from him for a long time. Is it a bit difficult for him to make his disciple the number 1 on the monthly ranking list? He then opened his friend circle to see if there were any updates from his disciple. As soon as he opened it, he was overwhelmed by news of attacks by the Strawcloak Sacred Cult. Even his disciple was captured by the Strawcloak Sacred Cult. No wonder there was no news. It's only natural for me, as a master, to come to the rescue when my disciple is in trouble. But Han Jue immediately vetoed it. This is definitely a trap. He felt a mysterious force from the depths of his soul manipulating his life. He must resist against destiny, and not take any risks. He could only silently pray for young Skywinter, wishing him a better fate in his next life. Since he didn't go out himself, as an elder, he had to do something for the sect to justify the sect's investment in him. At this moment, Han Jue suddenly had an idea. Previously, Xianxia had suspected that there were spies within the elder group. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. At this moment, Han Jue suddenly remembered that Xianxia had previously suspected that there were spies within the elder ranks. He couldn't help but suspect that there might be people from the Strawcloak Sacred Cult inside the Jade Pure sect at this moment. Just thought of this, the system suddenly popped up a red character relationship. He raised his eyes, and saw that it was Dao Thunder Old Immortal. It turns out that he is the spy. This master and disciple duo are truly ruthless. When they discovered that the spy of the Strawcloak Sacred Cult was actually the first elder of the sect, the two of them did not hesitate to kill him. Han Jue looked at the information of Dao Thunder Old Immortal from the Strawcloak Sacred Cult in secret. The steward hidden deep enough. No wonder that day he saved the Jade Pure sect by himself. The entire senior management has a good impression of him except for himself. He thought they were being aloof. At present, both the sect leader and the Grand Elder are not in the sect. The only person one can trust now is their own master. Immediately, Han Jue went to meet Dawnstar Fairy and told her that he had discovered a spy from the Strawcloak Sacred Cult among the elders. How should they deal with this? Dawnstar Fairy directly asked who it was. Dao Thunder Old Immortal Han Jue of Heaven Thunder Peak was thinking about what reasons to use to persuade Master. Little did he know, Dawnstar Fairy simply said 2 words. Kill him. Upon hearing this, Han Jue looked bewildered. Do they have a grudge? Shifu actually ordered him to be killed without even asking for evidence? I have long sensed that something is not right with him. Since you are saying this too, then it must be true. No need to pass the message on to the elders. Let's go straight to Celestial Thunder Peak. Soon the two of them arrived at Celestial Thunder Peak. Dao Thunder Old Immortal saw the 2 visitors, and was just about to greet them. He had not spoken yet. The 3 pure phantom sword pierced through Dao Thunder Old Immortal's chest, nailing him to the wall of the main hall. Dao Thunder Old Immortal was extremely frightened. You? What does this mean? Han Jue appeared expressionless in front of Dao Thunder Old Immortal. Someone reported to me that you are the secret steward of the Strawcloak Sacred Cult. The recent incidents involving the disciples are related to you. Today, I will rid the Jade Pure sect of those missing talented disciples." Dao Thunder Old Immortal was greatly surprised. He detonated the 3 pure phantom sword on his body. He suddenly transformed into lightning and was about to escape outside the hall. Han Jue effortlessly picked up the grand thunderstorm of the cosmos with his right hand, instantly filling the entire hall with countless lightning bolts. When the smoke cleared, Dao Thunder Old Immortal's physical body was destroyed, leaving only his primordial spirit. He hurriedly begged for mercy from Han Jue, offering to tell him everything, but Han Jue wasn't about to leave any potential trouble behind. He directly used the 9-long exorcism seal to completely eradicate him. The remaining cleanup work was entrusted to Dawn Star Fairy. At this time, the disciples of Celestial Thunder Peak saw the commotion and rushed over. Dawn Star Fairy calmly informed the disciples that after investigation by Immortal Elder, it was confirmed that Thunder Elder of Celestial Thunder Peak was actually a secret steward of Strawcloak's sacred cult and has now been eliminated. However, the disciples simply could not believe it. Other elders learned about this incident. They also all questioned Dawn Star Fairy one after another. But when Dawn Star Fairy took out Dao Thunder Old Immortal's storage ring, everyone saw the correspondences between him and the Strawcloak sacred cult. The elders then finally realized what was going on. At the same time, they were also shocked by the terror of Han Jue. At this moment, Han Jue was lying on the couch, looking at the list of relationships. Fortunately, among the elders, only Dao Thunder Old Immortal was a spy, but among the stewards, it was a mixed bag. In addition to the spy from the Strawcloak sacred cult, there are spies from both the righteous and demonic paths, as well as some from the immortal cultivation family. Han Jue was stunned by what he saw. Everything had been infiltrated thoroughly. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, he decided to first remember the names and deal with it later. At this moment, the system suddenly detected that Han Jue was an innate chi luck holder. He was stunned when he saw the information about this person. Compared to him, his own disciples' bloodline seemed like trash. He couldn't help but be surprised in his heart. Are all of these things really true? The next second, Han Jue arrived in front of an old man pulling a cart and directly blocked his way. He unexpectedly reached out to ask for a chicken from him. But the old man said it was meant for Inner. At this moment, Han Jue took out his own Immortal Elder token. The old man was surprised, and quickly let Han Jue choose freely. Han Jue opened the chicken coop at this moment, and at a glance saw the unique little black chicken. This chicken is the reincarnation of the innate transit black prison chicken from the upper realm sacred Yogwai. Its original form is the black prison phoenix, which was killed by the heavenly court due to countless slaughters. Its soul entered the 6 paths of reincarnation and was reborn in the mortal world. Its soul will continuously transform the flesh until it completely metamorphoses into a black prison phoenix. Its current state is a chick, spiritually intelligent, but not yet mature, like a 2-year-old child. Han Jue got excited and said, "I want this little chicken. This chicken is too pitiful." It thought that being rescued by Han Jue from the chicken coop would bring great wealth and prosperity. As a result, it was forced to eat air every day. It's better to let it lie flat in the chicken coop. Speaking of which, after sect leader and Li Qingzi returned, Dawn Star Fairy couldn't help but smile when she saw the two of them, saying, "Sherfu's senior brother, you're finally back. You look full of vitality. Did you have a smooth journey?" The two of them thought that Dawn Star Fairy was showing concern for them. The two of them were happy, extremely happy. Then Dawn Star Fairy immediately told them about Dao Thunder Old Immortal's matter. This made the two of them so angry that they wanted to whip Li Qingzi and sect leader. The successful return of Han Jue also earned them a divine reward from the system, including a spiritual gathering Dan, a divine wind art book, and a bottle of divine transformation spiritual gathering Dan. After returning to the cultivation dwelling, Han Jue brought little black chicken inside. He then made great efforts to teach it how to absorb chi. It took him a lot of effort to finally teach it successfully. He also instructed it to use qi absorption to alleviate hunger in the future. Han Jue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in his cultivation dwelling would have been eaten up sooner or later. Xing Red Vortex then stated that all the consumed items have been replanted for him. And she also has a big gift to give to Han Jue. Han Jue didn't even have to think, and he guessed it was a storage ring. Unexpectedly, he got it right. It turned out that last month, she went on a training experience with senior brothers and sisters, and coincidentally encountered a battle between the righteous and demon sections. After they joined forces to defeat the demon cult, they conveniently took away a storage ring. So she wanted to come over right away to give it to Han Jue, but Han Jue refused. He asked her to keep it herself. So they started chatting, and Han Jue also asked about the immortal cultivation world. The Great Yin Immortal Cultivation World has more than 20 sect forces, with 12 being righteous sections. Jade Pure Sect should be considered in the top 5. Upon hearing this, Han Jue thought to himself, "No wonder Jade Pure Sect has so many enemies." Xing Red Vortex continued, "In fact, the strength gap between most sects is not big. After all, there is no martial arts competition to truly determine the ranking. By the way, recently, a prominent figure named Huangji Hao has emerged in the Vermilion Bird sect. He once killed a nascent soul elder when he was at the Golden Core stage. It is said that he is now on the verge of achieving divine transformation and plans to challenge all sects in the immortal cultivation world, including our Jade Pure sect. What if he really comes? You can't just stand by and not take action, right, Elder/Immortal?" Han Jue felt overwhelmed upon hearing this news. "What does it have to do with me, Han Jue?" Han Jue thought helplessly. "Why are there always such battle maniacs everywhere he goes?" He then asked, "Has this Huangji Hao ever killed anyone?" "Not really. After all, the Vermilion Bird sect is also a reputable sect." Upon hearing this, Han Jue immediately calmed down. "Let him come over without any hesitation. I am ready to welcome him at any time." 1 year later, on a certain day, in a mountain forest outside Jade Pure Sect, Strawcloak Sacred Cult Steward Yu Sanlang is waiting for Dao Thunder Old Immortal. He is wondering why the other party has not arrived yet, even though he has been waiting for over a month. Rumors say that the Immortal Elder from Jade Pure Sect is extremely vicious, so much so that he would even slap a dog if he saw one. However, there are also rumors that he is cautious by nature and has not been seen to this day. If it was not for his presence guarding Jade Pure Sect, he may have infiltrated the sect long ago. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared behind Yi Sanling. Could it be the Steward Yi from the Strawcloak Sacred Cult? The newcomer turned out to be Han Jue. Thanks to his occasional use of the system to detect nearby powerful individuals, he discovered Yi Sanling. He then told Yi Sanling that he was the true disciple of Dao Thunder Old Immortal. Recently, Dao Thunder Old Immortal had been targeted by the sect leader and could not get away. So, Han Jue came specifically to make the handover. However, Yi Sanlang suddenly struck Han Jue in the chest with a palm. It turned out they both had a secret code for identification, which Han Jue obviously did not know. But to Yi Sanlang's surprise, he struck out with a palm strike, but to his surprise, Han Jue not only emerged unscathed, he was instead struck back by the impact. Yi Sanlang couldn't help but feel amused. Clearly at the Foundation establishment stage, how could he be so powerful? Suddenly, he thought of someone. His face immediately turned pale. He was so scared that he turned around and ran, but he hadn't taken a few steps yet. He was instantly killed by Han Jue's heavenly extermination sword just as he was about to flee with his primordial spirit. Before he could escape, Han Jue targeted him with Grand Thunderstorm of the Cosmos. "Speak up. What are the intentions of the Strawcloak Sacred Cult?" He is merely at the nascent Soul 6th layer stage. Yet he can go head-to-head with someone at the Divine Transformation 9 layer. But he is still not satisfied with this. Cock on the side shook his head directly after seeing this. Speaking of Yi Sanlang, under the coercion of Han Jue, he finally revealed the purpose of the Strawcloak Sacred Cult. It turns out that before they planned to swallow up the Well sect, they would first capture the geniuses among them to a concentration camp. After the sect is destroyed, these geniuses will have nowhere else to go but to join them. Han Jue then asked coldly, "Are you targeting only the Jade Pure sect, or the entire immortal cultivation world?" When they heard that the Strawcloak Sacred Cult was targeting the entire immortal cultivation world, Han Jue continued, "You are very bold. Are there any cultivators in the Strawcloak Sacred Cult at the Divine Transformation or Fusion Void stage? There are cultivators at the Divine Transformation stage. As for the Fusion Void stage, I do not know. The Strawcloak Sacred Cult is powerful, so why have they been hiding in the shadows? Where are all the geniuses from various sects being held captive?" Xianxia, on the other hand, sadly expressed that he is just an ordinary steward and does not know about these matters. Nascent Soul 7 Layer is actually just an ordinary steward. Han Jue couldn't help but be surprised. This sacred cult is too terrifying. Xianxia, shaking in fear, pleaded with Han Jue to spare him. But at this moment, Han Jue suddenly received a system message that Xianxia's hatred towards him has reached 6 stars. Han Jue sighed. "You've chosen a narrow path." Then he calmly said, "You can leave now." Xianxia was overjoyed when he heard this. But the next moment, his primordial spirit was directly extinguished by Han Jue, while not far away Xing Red Vortex unexpectedly picked up a storage ring. Overjoyed, she put it away and prepared to bring it back to Han Jue. 2 years later, Xianxia arrived at Han Jue's cultivation dwelling. He expressed that he had something he wanted Han Jue to help with. It turned out they had already identified the location where Strawcloak's sacred cult was detaining geniuses, but the terrain was easily defensible and difficult to attack. He hoped Han Jue could go and gather some heads, but Han Jue refused without hesitation. "I feel it's inappropriate. What if it's a tactic to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Once I leave the Strawcloak sacred cult, they may send a divine transformation expert to attack the Jade Pure sect. Can you handle it? Remember, a nascent Soul 7 layer can only be a steward within the Strawcloak sacred cult." Upon hearing what Han Jue said, Xianxia indeed found it reasonable and did not insist. He expressed that they would handle it themselves and hoped that Han Jue would consider the safety of the Jade Pure sect. Upon hearing this, there was no need for Xianxia to go out. Han Jue immediately stated that unless encountering a strong expert at the Fusion Void stage, no one should think about attacking and taking over the Jade Pure sect. With Han Jue's assurance, Xianxia also left gladly. After Xianxia left, Han Jue entered the simulated battlefield. He planned to test where his limits were. He immediately chose to on Sky Reaching and set his cultivation level to Divine Transformation 9 layer. After a fierce battle Han Jue finally walked out of the simulation battlefield, but his expression was exceptionally ugly. He could only achieve a draw against someone at the Divine Transformation Stage 9 layer. If he were to face someone at the Fusion Void stage, he'd probably end up dead. It seems like he needs to immediately go into seclusion to cultivate. Later, he checked his friend's updates on moments and saw that his poor disciple was still being beaten up. He could only silently pray in his heart, "Disciple, hold on. I will rescue you as soon as I am confident." At that moment, inside a dark, dilapidated house, 4 people in straw raincoats sat together, waiting anxiously for Xianxia to return, but he did not show up for a long time. The people couldn't help but speculate whether something had happened to him. Just then, the door was suddenly kicked open by someone. Several people in straw raincoats were just about to make a move. The newcomer sneered, "Is this the best you've got? I can't even be bothered to draw my sword." The straw raincoat-wearing individuals were shocked and asked, "Who are you?" "I am Huangji Hao of the Vermilion Bird Sword Sect. I challenge you, the Strawcloak Sacred Cult." After saying that, he continued to ask, "Where is your headquarters?" Upon learning that the visitor was actually Huangji Hao, the expressions of several people changed drastically in an instant. At this moment, one of them suddenly had a bright idea. "Our cult master is currently in seclusion and won't come out so soon. Why don't you go challenge the Jade Pure Sect first? If you defeat their representative, we will then tell you the location of the sacred cult's mountain gate. Wang Jihao was stunned for a moment. Jade Pure Sect? Who is that person? He is the top genius in the immortal cultivation world. Golden Core can kill nascent soul. But when he encountered Han Jue, it became a nightmare for him for his whole life. Speaking of which, Han Jue looked at Wang Jihao and couldn't help but be speechless. I didn't do anything myself. How did he suddenly develop feelings for himself? At this moment, Wang Jihao spoke up. Kid, I have a good feeling about you. Do you want to become my apprentice? It won't be difficult to achieve nascent soul in the future. Han Jue suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, getting goosebumps all over. Did I misuse my supreme charm? Why do I always attract them? At this moment, Han Jue asked in a deep voice, Who are you, and why are you here at Jade Pure Sect? I am Wang Jihao from Vermilion Bird Sword Sect. Have you ever heard of me? This time coming to Jade Pure Sect is naturally to challenge your /Immortal Elder. Why only challenge the /Immortal Elder? What about other members of Jade Pure Sect? Your sect leader and the former sect leader have long been defeated by me. I originally didn't bother with you, but Strawcloak's sacred cult forced me to deal with your /Immortal Elder. Now, tell me the location of their sect. Upon hearing this, Han Jue's hatred towards Strawcloak's sacred cult instantly escalated to 6 stars. But Han Jue continued to inquire about the strength of their cult master. He felt that /Immortal Elder was not as powerful as their cult master, who is very mysterious. I am not sure either. Do you have any idea about this? At this point, Wang Jihao also became impatient and asked, Are all these questions useful? Are you going to accept me as your teacher or not? Han Jue saw the other party getting anxious, but actually smiled. He took the bait. There is no problem with accepting you as my teacher. If you can withstand my sword strike, I will accept you as my master if you can withstand my strike. Wang Jihao chuckled at this. Kid, you probably haven't heard of my reputation. I will accept your strike. If you can injure me even a bit, I'll leave without turning back. I won't bother Jade Pure Sect in this lifetime. Han Jue heard this and laughed. Then don't blame me for not holding back. When Han Jue took out the Kirin sword, Wang Jihao was suddenly shocked. This sword is extraordinary. Suddenly, the 6-path spiritual power inside Han Jue's body erupted like a volcanic explosion. Wang Jihao's pupils suddenly dilated. This spiritual power fell for it. He immediately activated the spiritual power throughout his body, forming layers of protective shields in front of him. However, Han Jue's attack with the black sword chi of the Heavenly Extermination sword was already approaching. Wang Jihao instantly couldn't withstand it, and the protective shield in front of him shattered instantly. At a critical moment, he leaped in the air and barely avoided the strike. Sword chi swept out and cut a huge gully on the ground. Everyone was stunned. What sword arts? No, it should be divine techniques. After Wang Jihao landed, Han Jue couldn't help but tease. Impressive as always. Your reaction is outstanding. The renowned Wang Jihao should be a man of his word, right? Are you trying to trick me? Wang Jihao shivered with anger, but he quickly calmed down. Just now, even if that sword was not a sneak attack, I couldn't have blocked it myself. Who are you exactly? You came to find me, yet you're asking who I am? Wang Jihao was startled, then closed his eyes to calm himself down. I said I wouldn't come to Jade Pure Sect again, which is true. But when you leave Jade Pure Sect, I will come challenge you. With these words left behind, Wang Jihao left. Han Jue gave a sly smile. Waiting for me to leave Jade Pure Sect? Can you afford to wait? Wang Jihao, full of anger at this moment, turned back and walked away. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. At this moment, someone suddenly blocked his way. May I ask who you are? And why did you come out from the direction of the Jade Pure Sect? The actions are suspicious again. Surely they are foreign heretics and thieves. Wang Jihao, however, was unkind and told him to go away. who knew that person, said, "I will capture you back as my achievement. Those elders will probably regard me more highly." "What are you laughing at? What do you think you are?" Wang Jihao is feeling frustrated without a place to vent. He took up the sword and went to kill Camper, who has always been indifferent to everything. When he heard that someone was targeting his Dawnstar Shifu, his expression changed instantly. When Wang Jihao heard about the Jade Pure sect, he looked disdainful. This desolate sect is not challenging. Things are different now. Recently, Jade Pure sect has produced a formidable figure named Immortal Elder. He killed a strong expert of divine transformation with just one sword, showing an unfathomable strength. However, Wang Jihao stated that he has fought against the sect leader and the elder of Jade Pure sect before, and he finds their strength to be quite ordinary. He has never heard of any Immortal Elder. Several members of the Straw Cloak cult quickly said, "If you inquire a little, you will know. We would never dare deceive you. Please first tell me the location of the Straw Cloak cult. I will challenge the Jade Pure sect first before heading to the Straw Cloak cult." When a few people heard it, they were all stunned. They thought they could escape a disaster, but in order to save their lives, they eventually chose to compromise. The scene changes to Han Jue cultivation dwelling. Chan Lunar came to play again today. When she saw the chick, she was instantly melted and pounced towards the chick that was almost as tall as her. Han Jue saw and told Chan Lunar not to spoil it. "This is my precious mount." Chan Lunar just laughed and said, "Using a chicken as a mount, you have some unique ideas." At this moment, Chan Lunar looked at Han Jue and couldn't help but be stunned for a few moments, saying, "Junior brother, your face. Every time I see it, I find it pleasing to the eye. Coupled with your talent, I am quite curious, how outstanding are your parents?" Han Jue replied plainly, "They are just ordinary people. More than 100 years have passed. Afraid they have already turned to dust. The moment they abandoned themselves, there was no more family bond between them. Even old iron showed more responsibility than they did." He immediately said, "Just speak your mind. Junior brother Han, do you know Elder Guan? He is our Shifu's third senior brother." Han Jue expressed that he did not know him. 300 years ago, he offended someone, and was sent away for refuge by the Supreme Elder. Recently, rumors say that he is coming back. Haven't the elders told you about this? Han Jue shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's not my business anyway." It is said that Elder Guan's return is to compete for the position of sect leader. This is also sect leader Li's concern. Let him deal with the headache. Elder Guan is said to really like our Shifu. Maybe he will become Daoist partners with our Shifu. Han Jue's expression changed the moment he heard that. How powerful is Elder Guan? It is said that he obtained an opportunity outside the Great Yin and has now achieved the position of a powerful elder in the Divine Transformation sect. Han Jue heard this and said he understood, asking senior sister to go back first. Chan Lunar noticed that Han Jue's state was not right. She hurriedly slipped away, and Han Jue, watching Chan Lunar's back, said, "Please tell Sect Leader Li that I will do my best to protect his position as Sect Leader." His eyes then became complex. Fighting against Elder Guan is inevitable. But the most troublesome thing now is still Wang Jihao. Originally, the system just detected a nearby innate aura practitioner, and this person is indeed Wang Jihao. Han Jue is also having a headache at the moment. At this moment, he also triggered a system task. He looked at the task and decided to first have a simulated trial to see. But 5 minutes later, Han Jue came out. He tried again. This time it took 2 minutes. Han Jue immediately felt troubled, unable to defeat in seconds. It's worthy of being naturally born with sword heart, managing to withstand under my hands for 2 minutes. It seems he doesn't want to attract too much attention this time. It's not easy to deal with. At this moment, he realized that Wang Jihao was getting close to the sect, so he had to intercept him halfway. At this moment, under the foot of the Jade Pure sect, Wang Jihao was slowly walking towards the Jade Pure sect. Suddenly, he noticed someone next to a big tree at the Foundation Establishment Stage 9th layer. He was surprised that he hadn't sensed him before. This kid was quite interesting when he looked at Han Jue. But under the damn charm blessing of the system, Huang Jihao almost bent down. At this moment, Han Jue suddenly received a system prompt that Huang Jihao's affection level has increased to 2 stars. He suddenly got goosebumps all over. What the hell is this? This is a cock that wants to go out and see the world. But he is a camper owner. He keeps brainwashing him that the outside world is too dangerous. Since then, it has also become a cock that only develops in an obscene manner. Speaking of which, after Han Jue defeated Huang Jihao, he received a system reward and obtained the 6th grade spiritual treasure Flame Fiend Bell. The Flame Fiend Bell can resist all attacks below the Fusion Void stage. After injecting spiritual power, the weight of the bell will increase according to the amount of spiritual power injected, eventually becoming as heavy as a mountain. Han Jue immediately got excited, wearing a mystic divine robe overcoat, and declared, "With the Flame Fiend Bell, I am invincible." Just then, Dawnstar Fairy's voice suddenly came from outside Cultivation Dwelling. Han Jue hurriedly welcomed Shifu into Cultivation Dwelling. This was the first time Dawnstar Fairy had taken the initiative to come find Han Jue. At that moment, Dawnstar Fairy spoke to Han Jue. "Lunar has told you about my senior brother Guan Yu Gang. She did mention that he returned yesterday. However, he encountered Huang Jihao near the Jade Pure sect and ended up seriously injured." Han Jue was speechless upon hearing this. You never failed to impress old Huang. But when he faced Dawnstar Fairy, he could only sigh at Guan Yogong's misfortune. Just then, Dawnstar Fairy continued to say that he was still defeated while Huang Jihao was injured. At the same time, there is a nearby forest suspected to have been damaged by sword chi. It must be that Huang Jihao came to challenge our Jade Pure sect, but was defeated by you, right? Han Jue suddenly panicked. Shifu wouldn't be here to hold you accountable, would he? When Han Jue admitted it, Dawnstar Fairy just smiled. How could this be? She just didn't expect the famous Huang Jihao would be defeated by a junior like you. This time, I came to ask for your help in suppressing senior brother Guan. Han Jue was suddenly confused. Sect leader may not be as powerful as senior brother Guan, but he has devoted himself wholeheartedly to Jade Pure sect. He even sacrificed his cultivation for the sect. It seems cruel to depose him from the position of sect leader now. Once he recovers from his injuries, I will let him challenge you first. If he can defeat you, he can become the sect leader. What do you think? Han Jue immediately agreed to Shifu's request. It can be arranged, but it's best to keep this battle discreet. That's natural. This way, it can save face for senior brother Guan. At this time, Dawnstar Fairy noticed the rooster on the side. Do you still raise chickens? This rooster looks rather extraordinary. Han Jue hurriedly smiled and explained. Cultivation is usually quite dull, so it's nice to have it accompany me. Dawnstar Fairy was also amused by Han Jue's words. Do you also find it boring? Speaking of the Immortal Realm Assembly that happens once every 100 years is about to begin, Dawnstar Fairy explained when she saw the doubt in Han Jue's eyes. She said, "At the Immortal Realm Assembly, you can exchange equivalent resources for artifacts, Dan pills, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and even cultivation technique secret manuals. Are you going?" Han Jue rejected without hesitation, expressing that he just wanted to focus on cultivating and did not need to go out for adventures at the moment. At this moment, Huang Jihao from the Vermilion Bird Sword sect informed the sect leader of the Jade Pure sect about everything that had happened. The sect leader was also surprised after listening. This is quite serious. You are the highest combat power within our sect besides me. His spiritual power is extremely domineering. This is the first time I have encountered such spiritual power. In addition, this person is extremely good-looking. Within our Vermilion Bird Sword sect, no one can compare to his appearance. Speaking of this, Huang Jihao blushed on both cheeks. The Grandmaster of Vermilion Bird Sword sect instantly had a dark expression. Is this important? Wang Jihao quickly and awkwardly indicated that it is not very important. Wang Jihao then stated that after he recovers from his injuries, he intends to challenge the Straw Cloak Sacred Cult. Sect leader Tang Han couldn't help but furrow his brows. It's them again. Although they have been declining for 1,000 years, a camel is still bigger than a horse when starved. Before, the Grand Elder of the Jade Pure Sect approached me, hoping that the righteous sects would join forces to resist the Straw Cloak Sacred Cult. I didn't agree because as long as that person in the cult is alive, the Straw Cloak Sacred Cult will not perish. The cult master of the Straw Cloak Sacred Cult was once as ambitious as you when he was young. It was by a twist of fate that he fell into the demonic path and became the cult master of the Straw Cloak Sacred Cult. This time, it's a good opportunity to test his strength. But you must not be reckless. If you are not a match, retreat quickly. Don't worry, I may be wild, but I'm not stupid. 7 years later, Han Jue was once again browsing his friend's posts in his moments. He discovered that his disciple and Zhou Fan's cultivation levels had actually improved, but their identities had not changed. It seemed they were just pretending to compromise. Meanwhile, sect leader Li was either getting beaten up or on his way to getting beaten up. At this moment, Cock suddenly asked Han Jue what the outside world was like. It expressed its desire to go see the other side of the mountain. Now, Cock's strength is already equivalent to that of a Qi refining stage 8-layer cultivator. Even humans might not achieve such progress at this speed. However, its mental capacity is also growing. This guy is becoming increasingly curious about the outside world. It looks like he will have to brainwash it. So he said, "The outside world is very dangerous. Many people want to eat you. You know, right?" At the same time, he also listed a bunch of forbidden places that cannot be visited. You must be extremely powerful and absolutely invincible to go out, otherwise you will definitely die. Even I dare not go out and take risks. Cock was immediately scared and quickly said he wouldn't go out. Han Jue just smirked and brainwashed him. Just then, Li Qingzi ran over in a hurry, shouting that something bad had happened. Maple Valley has been destroyed by the Straw Cloak Sacred Cult. The Valley Master passed on a message to me before his death, saying that within the Straw Cloak Sacred Cult, there are 10 experts at the Divine Transformation stage who are capable of sweeping through the Great Yin Immortal Cultivation world. Their next target is very likely our Jade Pure Sect. As soon as the words fell, Han Jue swiftly packed up his luggage. Seeing this, Li Qingzi couldn't help but sigh. In a crisis, you act quickly and reliably. I knew I didn't read you wrong. But Han Jue packed up his luggage and said, "Why don't you run away quickly then?" Li Qingzi was instantly petrified on the spot. The saying goes, "Like master, like pet." As a camper, his pet has also mastered the skill through careful study. When Han Jue learned that the Straw Cloak Sacred Cult was going to attack the Jade Pure Sect, he immediately packed up his belongings and prepared to flee. Li Qingzi clutched onto his thigh. He said that he wouldn't let Han Jue run no matter what. With so many disciples fleeing, where can they escape to? Even if they flee, there is nowhere for me to stand. Those sects will only swallow our Jade Pure Sect. We are destined to be destroyed. Han Jue was just about to say that as long as people are fine, it doesn't matter if the Jade Pure Sect is forgotten. At this moment, the system presented its choices, and Han Jue fell into silence as he looked at the options. Yes, where should I escape to? Continuously being on the run is not the life I envision. Perhaps, if I can't win, should I join instead? But that wouldn't be just survival, it would be cowardice. Han Jue then asked, "What about Li Qingzi? When will they come to attack?" Li Qingzi said that the Straw Cloak Sacred Cult still needs time to clean up the aftermath of Maple Valley. We probably have about 10 years. At this moment, Han Jue placed his hand on Li Qingzi's shoulder. He asked the question that I as a YouTuber have always wanted to know. Sect leader, why has our Jade Pure Sect been targeted one after another? I used to think that Jade Pure Sect was very strong. It seems like you have brought Jade Pure Sect to a height that does not belong to it. Li Qingzi suddenly felt embarrassed and said, "Actually, Jade Pure Sect is very powerful. It's just that the strongest figure among us, who is our founding ancestor, has been missing for 500 years. If he were still around, the Straw Cloak Sacred Cult wouldn't dare to come after us." 1,000 years ago, he completely dominated the Straw Cloak Sacred Cult and even defeated their cult master, leaving him in a state of seclusion. Han Jue immediately understood. It turns out that the Straw Cloak Sacred Cult is seeking revenge on us? Li Qingzi suddenly felt embarrassed. He also mentioned that he had used the messaging artifact left behind by the ancestors. As long as the ancestors return, the Straw Cloak Sacred Cult would not be intimidating enough. Then he held Han Jue's hand affectionately, indicating that we must get through this together. As long as we get through it, you can rest assured to cultivate without any threats. Helplessly, Han Jue could only agree. But the next moment, he kicked Li Qingzi away. But they had agreed beforehand. "If I can't win, I'll run away immediately." Li Qingzi immediately agreed. Han Jue then asked if Li Qingzi's sect had Dan pills suitable for cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Li Qingzi unexpectedly said that the sect was lacking Dan alchemists. He needs to figure it out himself. Han Jue turned around and left without saying a word, while also saying to Li Qingzi, "Farewell, Li Qingzi." Li Qingzi panicked and shouted from behind, "Didn't we just agree on something?" Han Jue then explained that he was just joking. He was only going out to buy a Beast Master's pouch for his own convenience in case he needed to flee later. On the way, Han Jue didn't forget to say to Cock, "Cock, did you see that? It's really dangerous. Even if we don't cause trouble, there are enemies who want to kill us. Hey, Master, should we sneak away quietly?" Han Jue felt relieved upon hearing this. "Okay, you have truly earned my trust." Han Jue quickly bought the Beastmaster's pouch and prepared to go back. Suddenly, the system prompts that it has detected Han Jue's innate Qi cultivator status. Han Jue is taken aback. This Jade Pure Sect is truly a sect of auspicious fate. Then he opened the window to check the information of the Qi cultivator. When he saw the detailed information of this person, he was suddenly dumbfounded. A demon lord with a natural Dao heart? And about to ascend? Isn't this at least a great vehicle cultivator? At this moment, he noticed the only woman nearby. I'm sure this person is Demon Lord Xianxia Sovereign. Just when Han Jue was planning to sneak away, he was unexpectedly noticed by Xianxia Sovereign. When the system indicated that Xianxia Sovereign's affection towards himself was at 1 star, his face changed suddenly. Damn this charm. He looked back subconsciously. He happened to make eye contact with the Xianxia Sovereign in the air. Immediately, Xianxia Sovereign's favorable impression of him increased to 2 stars. Han Jue was so scared that he immediately used the Divine Wind art to make a quick escape. And the cock behind him was also startled, saying, "Master, is that woman's look intending to harm you? It's truly dangerous outside." Men with top-notch charm are truly outstanding. The Demon Lord at the esteemed Great Vehicle stage. She gave Han Jue Dan pill, artifact, and secret manual. She just wanted the other person to be her Taoist partner. Speaking of when Han Jue returned to the cultivation dwelling. Not long after, Xianxia Sovereign also arrived at the entrance of Han Jue's cultivation dwelling. After looking at the words written by Han Jue at the entrance, Xianxia Sovereign thought for a while, and indeed found them quite reasonable. She couldn't help but become even more interested in Han Jue. But Xianxia Sovereign did not go in this time. Instead, he stopped at the entrance, looked around for a while, then turned and left. As he was leaving, he waved to Han Jue. Han Jue watched Xianxia Sovereign's departing figure, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. It should be that the formation's effect prevented him from finding the entrance. But he was now having an extremely bad headache. Not to mention the Straw Cloak Sacred Cult, now he has provoked a Demon Lord. Although she appears to be at the Foundation Establishment stage on the surface, she is at least Great Vehicle level in strength. Who can withstand this? I hope she can forget about me. After that, Han Jue closed for another 7 years, and his cultivation level increased to the 8th layer of the nascent soul stage. However, he still felt the progress was too slow. He must break through to the divine transformation stage before the arrival of the Strawcloak sacred cult. Later, Han Jue opened his friend circle to check the recent updates in the past few years. He found out that xianxia had actually been severely injured in an attack by fellow disciples. Han Jue was immediately puzzled because he had clearly checked and found no traitors. Suddenly, he thought of Guan Yugang, and this made everything clear to him. He then looked at Shifu's updates and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that nothing had happened. At that moment, a voice came from outside the door.
Daoist friend, are you there? May I pay you a visit?
The visitor is Xianxia Sovereign. She has tried to visit twice in the past 7 years without success, but she did not force her way in. It seems she doesn't have any ill intentions, but remember, things happen 3 times. If ignored again, she might not be as lenient with my household. When she saw Han Jue coming out, the Xianxia Sovereign couldn't help but smile.
You finally came.
Little did she know, Cock was suddenly so scared that he burst into tears. It quickly begged the Xianxia Sovereign for mercy, asking her not to eat its owner. This left the Xianxia Sovereign looking bewildered. Han Jue quickly punched this thing away and asked,
Daoist friend, what brings you to visit my humble abode? I am a disciple of Jade Bamboo Peak, Xianxia Sovereign. I met Senior Brother in the Intersect several years ago, and since then, I have learned what it means to be amazed by someone's talent.
At that time, I planted the shadow of you in my heart. The handsomeness of Senior Brother is truly rare and unparalleled in the world. Listening to the other person praising himself, Han Jue didn't know how to respond. After a while, he softly said,
Thank you for the compliment. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first.
The Xianxia Sovereign stopped Han Jue and took out a card. It read,
Junior sister offers a treasure to Senior Brother. Please do not refuse.
This is the Celestial Immortal Palace token. The Celestial Immortal Palace is a sacred place in the immortal cultivation world. Possessing this card allows one to be guided to the sacred grounds. Even with a slight discrepancy, it can help achieve the nascent soul level. For someone at the Golden Core cultivation level, presenting such a treasure that can lead to the nascent soul level would surely move the other party. Little did Han Jue know that she didn't want to leave the Jade Pure sect and intended to cultivate in the Jade Pure sect for her entire life. Xianxia Sovereign was stunned for a moment. Then she turned around and continued to search for things. This is the Earth Spirit Sword that can easily slay experts at the Golden Core stage. She looked at Han Jue and remained unmoved. Xianxia Sovereign took out another bottle of Dan Pill. Then I will give you another bottle of Dan Pill to help you break through to the Golden Core stage. But Han Jue remains unmoved. I will give you another copy of the Body Refining Cultivation Technique, 3 more spell secret manuals, and... Watching Xianxia Sovereign keep taking things out, Han Jue hurriedly called for the other party to stop. He then showed his real cultivation level. He was already at the nascent soul stage cultivation level. Seeing Han Jue's cultivation level, as Xianxia Sovereign immediately guessed Han Jue's identity as an elder of the Immortal sect. Han Jue also received a prompt that the favorability of Xianxia Sovereign towards him has increased to 4 stars. Xianxia Sovereign became even happier after knowing Han Jue's identity. Just see her take out a bottle of Dan Pill. This is the 1-grade nascent soul Dan that can help you break through the divine transformation stage. Is 1 bottle enough? If not, I'll give you another bottle. Han Jue couldn't resist it now. He carefully asked,
Junior sister, what is your background?
Xianxia Sovereign smiled and said,
My identity is not important, but Junior sister wants to become Daoist partner with Senior Brother. I wonder if Senior Brother is willing.
Han Jue was confused for a moment and then said,
You must be extraordinary to produce so many treasures. Can you help us deal with the Strawcloak sacred cult?
The Xianxia Sovereign refused straightforwardly, saying,
No, I care only about Senior Brother.
Indeed, it's not easy for him to ask the Demon Lord. A moment later, Han Jue asked cautiously.
What will be the cost if I agree to you?
The Xianxia sovereign chuckled and covered his mouth. The cost is to cultivate together and become stronger together. Are you in? As soon as the words fell, the system popped up and gave Han Jue two choices. He looked at the two choices speechlessly. System, are you doing this on purpose? The difference is so obvious. Isn't it clearly trying to make me choose the bigger one? This kind of disciple is really top-notch. Captured and tortured by the enemy in a dungeon for decades. Not only did he not blame Master for not rescuing him. Instead, he even thought that this was a test from Master to him. Zhou Fan beside him was speechless. Strawcloak sacred cult inside the dungeon. Strawcloak cult repeatedly beat Yang Skywinter and Zhou Fan in the right way. They only stopped when they were tired of beating them. These two from Jade Pure Sect are really stubborn. Each year these two have to run away, get caught and beaten, and still they don't give up. But in order to win hearts, the cult master doesn't allow them to kill captives. Feeling extremely frustrated, the two of them go out for a drink to relax. Watching the two of them leave, Zhou Fan made a vow in his heart. If I achieve enlightenment one day, I will surely kill all of you, and the Strawcloak sacred cult will be in chaos. Yang Skywinter lay on the ground, gritting his teeth and said,
Is this your plan? Being caught before even leaving?
Zhou Fan was extremely frustrated. Who knew there were people training giant lizards on the rooftop? Yang Skywinter sighed. Brother Zhou, let's not struggle. Let's wait for my Shifu to come. Zhou Fan replied in a bad tone.
Your Shifu, the immortal elder, oh sorry, he won't come.
Upon hearing this, Yang Skywinter suddenly became excited.
Nonsense! Shifu is so powerful. Even in the Jade Pure Sect, no one can match him. If he doesn't come, then who will?
Your Shifu's talent is indeed the best I have ever seen, and his strong abilities are a fact. But he is afraid of death. This last sentence is just his silent complaint in his heart. Upon hearing Zhou Fan's affirmative response, Yang Skywinter's face was instantly filled with worship, right? Right, Master. He is so incredible. He must have arrived early, maybe lurking in the shadows observing me, eager to see if I can endure hardships and keep a steady Dao heart. Zhou Fan rolled his eyes. Is this child perhaps a bit naive? I'd better not say anything. It's best to leave this poor child with a glimmer of hope. And at this moment, inside the Han Jue cultivation dwelling, he was looking at the 3 bottles of Dan pills in front of him with a helpless expression. Just under the coercion and temptation of the Xianxia sovereign, Han Jue reluctantly agreed to become her Taoist partner. As a result, he gained the Divine Technique Somersault Cloud as a system reward. At the same time, he also received 3 bottles of nascent soul Dan given by Xianxia sovereign. There is no other way. He can only blame her for giving too much. Cock watched Master Han Jue on the side. Would she still eat you? But Master Han Jue blocked its mouth with a kick. He then took out a bottle of Dan pill and poured it into its mouth, preventing it from badmouthing me, Taoist partner. When he swallowed the Dan pill in one gulp, he instantly felt the 6 paths spiritual power being cleansed to transparency, and the absorption efficiency that had been stagnant for many years accelerated once again. This medicine is really powerful indeed. 2 years later, with the help of the Dan pill, Han Jue successfully reached the peak of the nascent Soul 9 layer with Dan pill's assistance 2 years later. He habitually used the system to detect the strongest individuals nearby. He only relaxed after confirming there was no one else around, and he could prepare for the breakthrough with peace of mind. Just as he was preparing to break through to the myriad demon's realm, Xianxia came running excitedly and shouting that she had good news. Just then, Xianxia said excitedly, Wang Jihao's challenge to Strawcloak Sacred Cult and his capture has angered Vermilion Bird Sword Sect. They are preparing to join forces with us to attack Strawcloak Sacred Cult. The situation has taken a turn. Upon hearing this, Han Jue also got excited. He really loves Wang Jihao to death. He really knows how to stir up trouble, and this time he did it right. But Li Qingzi then continued saying,
"So I'm planning to invite."
Han Jue suddenly had a sense of foreboding and hurriedly interrupted Li Qingzi. "I understand what you mean. You want to take Elder Guan away, but are worried about the impact on the sect, right? It's fine to transfer all the elders. With only me guarding the Jade Pure sect, it's more than enough." Li Qingzi was so angry that his nose turned red. This guy is really stubborn. But Han Jue immediately said another sentence.
"I am about to break through divine transformation, and it will take some time."
Li Qingzi suddenly froze, but the next second, the style of the painting changed drastically. "All right. You can rest assured and leave the task of suppressing the Straw Cloak sacred cult to us." After Li Qingzi left, Han Jue arrived at the Myriad Demon's realm. When he emitted his own momentum, a terrifying celestial might envelop this small world. The Yogwai beasts of the Myriad Demon's realm were all terrified and fled in all directions. In a moment, a huge purple thunderbolt engulfed Han Jue. This is the unparalleled secret manual of the immortal cultivation world. No man can escape its temptation. It is said that Li Qingzi disguised himself as a member of the Strawcloak sacred cult and arrived at their sect. At this time, the gatekeeper requested to show the token. But when the other party picked up the token and took a look, they were instantly stunned. It turned out to be the token of the Jade Pure sect leader. Li Qingzi also realized that he had taken the wrong one. Just in a moment, he took the token back. At the same time, he also changed to the steward token of the Strawcloak sacred cult and his cherished special issue of fairy. The other party immediately let Li Qingzi pass, and happily started reading the special issue of fairy. Li Qingzi gave a cold smile and snorted.
Just about ready. Just need to set up the teleport formation."
Not long after, all the members of the Strawcloak sacred cult received orders to quickly go to the mountain gate. Zhou Fan looked at the prison guards inside the cell, and almost all of them had left at once. It seems that something must have happened. Yang Skywinter suddenly became excited. Could it be that Shifu is coming to rescue me? Zhou Fan also got excited at this moment. Mobilizing so many people must mean that the sect is going to fight as a group. Is this an opportunity for us to escape again while chaos ensues? But Yang Skywinter this time said he wouldn't do anything. Just when the two were in a heated argument, the ceiling suddenly cracked open, and then a giant creature fell down from above. I saw a voice coming from the dust.
"Jade Pure Sect, all trapped disciples, I am here to save you."
Surprisingly, the visitor was Li Qingzi, which excited both Yang Skywinter and Zhou Fan. At this moment, on the Jade Pure Sect side, Han Jue successfully reached divine transformation and received the system reward.
Myriad swords converge,
which allows him to summon the ancient sword, Sword Shadow, from the river of history using his own sword chi. The number of summons is related to his spiritual power. However, what excited Han Jue the most was that, after breaking through divine transformation, his lifespan had already exceeded 3,000 years. Now he finally had hope for immortality. Kok was relieved to see Han Jue return. "You didn't come back, and we thought you were eaten by that woman." Han Jue knocked on his head speechlessly. "What's on your mind all day, you chicken brain?" Kok immediately said with a grievance.
"Master, am I not a phoenix? But you are just a chicken. You have to cultivate well to become a phoenix."
Later, Han Jue checked his friend's circle. He couldn't help but silently cheer them on in his heart. Xianxia Sovereign suddenly appeared behind Han Jue. "Did I hear that our /immortal elder has had a breakthrough?" Han Jue was suddenly startled. "What? What brings you to see me?" He looks at Xianxia Sovereign as he stretches his head towards Han Jue, suddenly thinking,
"Could it be that he is going to force me to do that? Where should I start? Or where should I start?"
Han Jue nervously looks at Xianxia Sovereign, only to hear the other party saying,
"I have come to say goodbye to you. I am leaving."
Our little Han was stunned. "Leave? Next time we meet, who knows how many years it will be. So I came to see you. Before I leave, what do you want? I will try to satisfy you." Han Jue's face was full of joy, still saying,
Great!
however, he hypocritically said,
Can you not leave? Without you, I will be very lonely.
Xianxia Sovereign, seeing Han Jue like this, wanted to give him a punch in anger. I will need you, but not now. Don't expect me to discuss deeply with you every day. The timing is not right yet. Han Jue paused for a moment and said,
Are there any Dan pills that can improve the cultivation level of the divine transformation stage?
Xianxia Sovereign immediately took out 4 bottles of Dan pills from his sleeve. These are the divine transformation spirit boosting Dan. I only have these 4 bottles on me. I will give them all to you. Han Jue quickly expressed his thanks. Xianxia Sovereign lifted Han Jue's chin with his hand.
I won't see your face for many years to come. I'll really miss it.
Although you have already undergone divine transformation, you are not invincible. Stay at Jade Pure Sect and cultivate well. Don't wander around recklessly. The immortal cultivation world is very dangerous. After saying that, Xianxia Sovereign walked outside. She waved her hand without looking back at Han Jue and said,
Pretty boy, I'm leaving.
Han Jue finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Xianxia Sovereign leave. It seemed she was just passing by the Jade Pure Sect, and has now gone to another place to seek enlightenment. Cock is also very happy right now. It finally doesn't have to worry about its owner being eaten by her. Can you believe it? Relying on the power of a cult to confront the entire immortal cultivation world's Strawcloak sacred cult. Their cult master turned out to be a cowardly and timid person. At this moment, the cult master of the Strawcloak sacred cult and several elders are discussing military strategies. The Vermilion Bird Sword sect now wants to have a showdown with us. What do the elders think? In my opinion, it's better to just kill Huangji Hao to intimidate them. Once this is said, all the elders are in agreement. However, the cult master has a worried expression. But with their arrogance, could it be that there are other forces secretly supporting them? As soon as these words were spoken, the elders couldn't sit still anymore. They were all so fired up that they encouraged the cult master not to be timid. Looking at everyone all fired up, the cult master helplessly said, It's not about being timid or hesitant. I just always consider the worst possible outcome for everything. The Grand Elder standing aside could no longer bear to watch. Cult Master, you are too cautious. No, actually you are too timid. Our plan has been delayed time and time again, and now we can no longer afford any further delays. If you are still worried, I have a compromise solution. A few of us elders are going to sneak attack their main camp. At this moment, their main forces are engaging with our sect, so they must be vulnerable. As soon as they heard about sneaking into the enemy's main camp, all the other elders became excited. The cult master hesitated and asked,
Do we have to fight?
When he said this, all of the elders stared at him with red eyes. Helpless, cult master Huang Zuntian had to say,
All right, this time I will personally take action. I will go to Vermilion Bird Sword Sect and Jade Pure Sect with Han Jue True Immortal. Is that acceptable?
The elder and others immediately cheered. Grand Elder looked helplessly at Han Jue True Immortal at this point. Be firm when the time comes. I'm worried that Cult Master will delay again. Meanwhile, through Han Jue's continuous hard cultivation, his 6 paths of reincarnation technique has been refined to the 5th layer. At the same time, he has comprehended the new divine techniques of the advanced version of 6-path soul absorption. You can absorb the souls and coexist in the depths of your primordial spirit, which can protect the souls and also restrain them. And you can imprint the 6 paths mark on the soul, which will exist eternally. No matter how many times the other party is reincarnated, as long as the mark remains, one can transcend reincarnation and pursue the other party. But Han Jue still feels that his cultivation level is not enough, even if the threat of the Strawcloak sacred cult is not significant. However, there are still formidable enemies, like the Yagwai Taming Demon sect. In the past, Shao Unluck, a mere elder, had a cultivation level of fusion void stage. The strength of this demon sect is indeed unbelievable. Just as Han Jue was pondering, Chong Lunar suddenly visited. She informed Shifu that she wanted him to make a trip to Jade Serenity Peak. Dawnstar Fairy's rare invitation, Han Jue should naturally give face. He arrived at Jade Serenity Hall. Most disciples are here. The great disciple Lu Sanqin has long since left the school and become a core disciple. The current great disciple is Ming River, who was one of the 7 senior brothers back then. Soon, everyone was shocked to find out Han Jue was actually sitting next to Dawnstar Fairy. The disciples were initially puzzled, but quickly guessed the truth. Could this person be the immortal elder that Ming River was shocked for several days when he found out about it back then? But Ming River immediately ordered everyone not to spread the identity of Han Jue. Han Jue was also puzzled by this. What does Shifu want to do? Could it be that he wants to pass on the position to me? How should I refuse? Just as he was feeling a headache, Dawnstar Fairy slowly spoke up.
Recently, I hope everyone will not go into seclusion to cultivate.
Everyone from Jade Pure Sect is patrolling inside and outside the sect. The sect leader has already sent back a message, mentioning that they are currently joining forces with Vermilion Bird Sword Sect to attack Strawcloak Sacred Cult. The captured disciples have been rescued one after another. However, he is worried that Strawcloak Sacred Cult might attack our sect because they have encountered only 5 divine transformation experts, indicating that the remaining 5 must have other plans. Among the disciples of the 18 peaks, only our Jade Serenity Peak has contributed the least. Apart from our small numbers, it is also because the sect leader favors us. Do you understand? All disciples are instantly ignited. After years of hard cultivation, it's time to show your sword. Dawnstar Fairy looked at Elder Han Jue beside her as Strawcloak Sacred Cult's expert launched a sneak attack. Do you have confidence? It was only then that Han Jue understood why she was asked to come. It turned out that she was meant to be a calming pill for herself. Helplessly, Han Jue spoke up and said that she still had some experience dealing with strong opponents. Upon hearing Han Jue's modest response, the disciples thought that things were going to be stable now. At this moment, Dawnstar Fairy quietly asked Han Jue what cultivation level she had reached. Han Jue, however, stated she was at 1 layer. How is it possible that your cultivation level hasn't progressed after so many years of seclusion? Next, I heard Han Jue say that it's the divine transformation 1 layer. Dawnstar Fairy was stunned immediately. Can you believe it? Strawcloak Sacred Cult Master Huang Zuentian led his followers to rob the Jade Pure Sect. They didn't expect that they were stopped before entering the mountain gate. The respected elder at the Divine Transformation Stage 7th layer was unexpectedly killed by Han Jue with a single sword strike. Just now, Han Jue stated that his cultivation level has reached the Divine Transformation Stage 1st layer. Dawnstar Fairy said disappointedly,
It seems I can no longer be your master, and I haven't taught you anything anyway.
Han Jue felt a bit embarrassed when she said that. Dawnstar Fairy said that you can make any requests you have. After all, your kindness to the Jade Pure Sect far exceeds the nurturing provided by the Jade Pure Sect to you. Han Jue thought for a moment, and said that he needed a Divine Transformation Stage Dan pill. Dawnstar Fairy said that they really don't have that Dan pill. So, please help me enhance the spiritual chi in the cultivation dwelling as much as possible. Dawnstar Fairy thought to herself that Han Jue is growing too fast. By that time, the small temple won't be able to accommodate this big Buddha. She turned around and asked Han Jue,
How much longer can you stay at Jade Pure Sect? People go up and water flows down. You are growing very fast.
Perhaps one day, Jade Pure Sect will become a burden to you. Upon hearing Shifu's doubts, Han Jue firmly stated,
Shifu, rest assured. If I wanted to run, I would have done so long ago. Besides, even if there were other places to go, the troubles we should face cannot be avoided. Rather than hiding and evading,
I might as well stay here and cultivate in peace. Dawnstar Fairy asked in confusion.
The immortal cultivation world has many powerful sects besides Jade Pure Sect. Aren't you afraid that staying here to cultivate will make it difficult to advance to a higher cultivation stage?
Han Jue then said.
Master, you can trust in my aptitude and character. If one day I truly wish to leave, I will definitely inform you in advance.
While speaking, the system prompted.
Han Jue
Detected a powerful intruder breaking into Jade Pure Sect. At this moment, Huang Xuantian and Shan Kuei True Immortal have arrived outside the mountain gate, peeking at Jade Pure Sect from the mountaintop. Does Jade Pure Sect look so weak that it might be a trick? Shan Kuei said that the entire Jade Pure Sect does not have any strong individuals at the divine transformation stage. Not even 10 nascent soul stage cultivators. But Huang Xuantian's sixth sense told him that there must be a problem. Shan Kuei True Immortal urged Huang Xuantian to act quickly, saying that time is of the essence. However, Huang Xuantian kept hesitating and decided to observe further. Watching the cult master's dog searching around, Shan Kuei could only curse silently in his heart.
If it weren't for being unable to defeat you, I would have taken your position as the cult master long ago.
The so-called mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the yellow bird behind. Seeing the two people in front of him, Han Jue did not dare to approach recklessly. He first engaged in a simulated trial in the system to test his abilities. Unexpectedly, the strength of these two people was nothing to write home about. Huang Xuantian and Shan Kuei are still debating whether to attack or not. I only heard someone behind me asking, "Strawcloak Sacred Cult came just for the two of you?" Huang Xuantian was greatly surprised that he didn't notice the aura of the person in front of him. Jade Pure Sect is indeed deceitful. I don't know the strength of the newcomer. Huang Xuantian took a few steps back, while Shan Kuei, seeing the arrival of only one person, angrily said,
"You are quite arrogant, young man. I would like to see your abilities."
After speaking, Shan Kuei formed the six-fold seal of Heaven Devourer with his hands, and was about to strike at Han Jue. Huang Xuantian wanted to step in to block, but it was too late. Shan Kuei just wanted to take action without saying much. Han Jue quietly asked,
"I heard that the sacred cult master dislikes killing. Why are you targeting me, Jade Pure Sect?"
Huang Xuantian was temporarily speechless and unable to answer. Shan Kuei has already stamped the seal and smashed it towards Han Jue. Just saw Han Jue urging the three pure phantom sword. A flash of golden light before Shan Kuei could react. With a thud, his physical body had turned into a mass of blood fog. The cult master saw his underlings, who had reached the divine transformation 7-layer realm. He was unexpectedly killed by this young man in one sword, causing Huang Xuantian to tremble as he spoke. Not good. Sure enough, it was a trick. The grand cult master of the Strawcloak Sacred Cult was not only killed physically. Even his primordial spirit was sealed and treated like a pet by Han Jue. Speaking of which, just in an instant, Shan Kuei True Immortal has the power of divine transformation stage 7-layer. He was killed by Han Jue with just one move, leaving only the primordial spirit Shan Kuei trembling, finally understanding why Cult Master has always been so cautious. This immortal cultivation world is truly beyond belief. Just as he was about to escape, his primordial spirit was also crushed and completely wiped out by Han Jue using 2 fingers. Huang Xuantian wanted to intervene to stop it, but it was too late. As a 9-layer divine transformation stage practitioner, he still couldn't see through Han Jue's strength at the moment. This person is definitely more than just at the divine transformation stage. He might have already broken through the fusion void stage. Huang Xuantian, in a fit of anger, threw out a line.
"You wait! Our Strawcloak Sacred Cult will not let this go."
He turned around but then ran away, leaving Han Jue momentarily speechless. Huang Xuantian displayed all his skills as he ran like lightning, rambling on incessantly. My sixth sense was right. Jade Pure Sect really exists. Shan Kuei, in the future, when my cultivation level is accomplished, I will definitely avenge you. At this moment, Sun Wukong from the saga No, Han Jue unexpectedly rode the somersault cloud and caught up. He pointed his sword at Huang Zuintian and said,
I don't intend to let you go, he said. Cutting the grass must remove the roots. Do you understand?
At this point, Huang Zuintian had to beg for mercy. He said that as long as Han Jue let him go, he would definitely order his followers not to attack the Jade Pure sect again in the future, in order to keep peace between them.
Really?
At that moment, Huang Zuintian thought there was a chance. The Heavenly Extermination sword struck in an instant. With a crack, Huang Zuintian also turned into a mess. Han Jue shook his sword and said to Huang Zuintian's primordial spirit,
Before, you couldn't negotiate a truce between the two sections. Why do you think you are capable this time? Are you trying to scare me?
Huang Zuintian has developed a 2-star enmity towards you. Han Jue coldly chuckled.
Enmity? Then let's just completely kill them to prevent the Straw Cloak Sacred Cult from causing trouble again in the future.
At this point, only Huang Zuintian, with his last bit of spiritual qi, has activated the teleportation artifact back to the Straw Cloak Sacred Cult. As long as he escapes back, there is still hope. Unless there is a spell that can launch attacks hundreds of times in an instant to disrupt the teleportation formation, Huang Zuintian does not believe that Han Jue has the strength to do so. Little did he know, Han Jue pointed his sword towards the sky. Countless golden lights burst forth from his body, reaching towards the sky, transforming into streams of sword chi that rained down like a Gatling gun. Myriad swords converge. At this moment, Huang Zuintian had no thoughts of resistance. He could only muster his last bit of strength to let out the most fearful scream from the depths of his heart. Such an abnormal spiritual power fluctuation attracted the guards from the Jade Pure sect. When the crowd arrived, they were stunned by the scene before them. The mountain peak at the entrance has been flattened. There is no need to say it, everyone knows who did it. Han Jue, who returned to the cultivation dwelling, bound the last wisp of Huang Zuintian's primordial spirit like a crab. He asked in fear,
Who is Han Jue, after all?
Why did you use the secret technique of that mysterious sect? Myriad swords converge. On the side, Cock is sizing up whether this thing is edible. But Han Jue very pretentiously introduces himself.
Chan Shan.
Which sect is Chan Shan? Cock and Huang Zuintian look puzzled. Han Jue saw him acting foolishly and immediately asked him to quickly explain all the details of the Straw Cloak Sacred Cult. After he learned that there were no more accomplished elders in the Straw Cloak Sacred Cult, he lost interest in Huang Zuintian. Huang Zuintian was afraid of his primordial spirit being crushed and begged Han Jue to spare him, willing to join the Jade Pure sect to make amends for his actions. Han Jue also temporarily did not want to kill him, so he used the 6-path soul absorption technique. He sealed Huang Zuintian's primordial spirit deep within his own primordial spirit. Now that Huang Zuintian has subdued Yu Qing of the Straw Cloak Sacred Cult, there is no need to fear Cock's owner. Huang Zuintian cursed the elders of the Straw Cloak Sacred Cult who incited him to steal, swearing that they would all give birth to roosters in the future. Speaking of it, Han Jue has just dealt with the combined forces of the Jade Pure sect and Vermilion Bird Sword sect, the strongest fighting powers of the Straw Cloak Sacred Cult. The battle at the homeland of the Straw Cloak Sacred Cult is also in full swing. The disciple of the Straw Cloak Sacred Cult cannot contact the cult master. They are planning to retreat and make further plans within the sect. But they are being pursued by someone riding a sword. Last time you guys didn't follow martial ethics and resorted to sneak attacks. If you don't disclose where your cult master is today, don't blame me, Wang Jihao, for being ruthless if you don't tell me where he is. The members of the Straw Cloak cult are all uninterested in fighting and are trying to escape. They were blocked by Li Qingzi and the group from the Jade Pure sect. The disciples of the Jade Pure sect have removed the sign of the Straw Cloak Sacred Cult and informed the members of the Straw Cloak cult. Your cult master is on the way to the Jade Pure sect to steal treasures. He has encountered our immortal elder. We Jade Pure sect are safe and sound now, while your cult master has retreated and not returned. I believe there is no need for us to say more, right? we have received this bad news. The Strawcloak cult has been completely defeated and unable to form an army. They directly raised the white flag to negotiate peace and surrender. After the situation calmed down, Han Jue returned to his state. He also finished all the Dan pills given by Xianxia sovereign. The speed of cultivation is getting slower and slower. The cultivation level is stuck at the Divine Transformation Stage 3 layer, and is not progressing. Han Jue, who wants to lay low, is feeling troubled. The voice of sect leader Li came from outside the cultivation dwelling. It turns out he has rescued Han Jue's unlucky disciple, and brought him back. Yang Skywinter, who saw Shifu again, cried and became a tearful person. He said he was able to hold on until now because of. It was all based on Shifu's firm belief that he would come to rescue him. Han Jue, however, dared not say it was because he was afraid of death. Who knew Yang Skywinter would embrace Han Jue and express gratitude with tears streaming down his face. Originally, sect leader Li said that Han Jue was working to safeguard the safety of the sect. You cannot leave to rescue him. Shifu is simply the male god of Jade Pure Sect and me. Feeling a little foolish, disciple Han Jue also feels a trace of shame. He expressed that he will pass on all his lifelong learnings generously. At this moment, the system also sends a prompt. Yang Skywinter's fondness for you has increased to 5 stars. Li Qingzi reunited with his master and apprentice after a long separation. He mentioned that he had rescued all the disciples of the Jade Pure Sect who had been abducted. According to the undercover report from the Strawcloak Sacred Cult, their cult master went missing outside the gates of our Jade Pure Sect. Was the flattened mountain their handiwork? Han Jue nodded in agreement. It's been discovered that Huang Zuintian has been eliminated. Li Qingzi is as happy as a 500-pound fat man. He said fortunately Han Jue dealt with that cult master. They could be so successful only because they destroyed the Strawcloak Sacred Cult. Now that Huang Zuintian has been eradicated, this trouble can be completely eliminated. Our Jade Pure Sect is fortunate to have talents like you. It seems like heaven finally opened its eyes when Han Jue saw him dancing around, urging Li Qingzi to focus on cultivating well in the future and not get beaten up like a grandson anymore. At this time, Li Qingzi also remembered something significant. In another half year, the ancestor will return to the Jade Pure Sect. And in another 5 years, it will be the Millennium Ceremony of the Jade Pure Sect's founding. At that time, heroes from various sects will be invited. I will help promote you then. Let them all know about your sword skills and the style of Huang Zuintian. Make your name renowned in the immortal cultivation world. Upon hearing him say this, Han Jue was immediately scared and spoke out to stop him. We must never let them know that the Strawcloak Sacred Cult Master fell into my hands. I don't want to show my face, and just want to cultivate well. Li Qingzi saw that Han Jue wanted to make excuses. Li Qingzi also voiced his own thoughts, saying that he wanted to use Han Jue's name to deter the various sects from targeting the Jade Pure Sect. Han Jue replied, I have already shouldered a lot of karma for the Jade Pure Sect. If they come looking for trouble together, I could just run away. Can you handle it when it comes to the Jade Pure Sect? Han Jue has said so. There's no need to say more to Li Qingzi. He mentioned adding some spiritual qi to your cultivation dwelling to help you continue your cultivation. When the ancestor comes back with heavenly materials and earthly treasures, you will definitely be able to make progress. While bidding farewell to Han Jue, Li Qingzi kept talking. Ancestor, please come back quickly. We can't afford to keep this little ancestor anymore. After defeating the Strawcloak Sacred Cult, saying is easier than doing. The system rewarded Han Jue again, first rewarding all subscribed channels and viewers who left brief comments in the comment section. May you have continuous opportunities, and may all your wishes come true this year. Further reward Han Jue with the 5-grade Spiritual Treasure 9-star Spirit Treading Boots. The wearer of these boots can not only tread on spiritual qi and absorb it, but also enhance the agility of divine techniques and body movements. The flying speed is extremely fast, which perfectly aligns with Han Jue's intentions. It is truly a divine tool for escaping. There is also a copy of the
Heartless Flying Sword Secret Manual,
although it has extremely strong killing power. However, the downside is that after people cultivate it, their desire will continue to decline. This kind of thing is better left to the naive disciple Yang Skywinter. Unexpectedly, the system rewards you with a divine beast egg. Inside, it incubates a chaos heavenly dog that can consume the moon. But what puzzles Han Jue is why the dog lays eggs, and how they should be incubated. At this time, in the view of Yang Skywinter and Cock, Han Jue seemingly produced heavenly materials and earthly treasures out of thin air. Is Shifu in the wholesale business of treasures or something? Han Jue looks at the heavenly dog egg and then looks at the cock. A good idea suddenly arises. Cock, there is something I need to trouble you with, my master. I'm a male. Half a year later, Jade Pure Sect finally welcomed the day when the founding ancestor returned. Disciples from each sect assemble solemnly and stand ready to welcome. Before long, the disciples pointed to the sky and exclaimed in shock. They only saw a huge void vortex appearing in the sky. An old man with white hair slowly walked out, holding a huge monster in his hand. The old man saw the disciples of the Jade Pure Sect and burst into laughter. He even emitted a more overwhelming pressure with his laughter compared to the incident at Duan Sky Reaching. Just listen to the shout from the elder above command to form up. As the golden light shimmered on the ground, the formation appeared. Everyone raised a welcoming banner to greet the ancestor of the Jade Pure Sect. Elder Tai Shang made a cute face and asked the old man in the sky, "Master, do you like it? Is it grand enough?" Nine Cauldron's true immortal seemed much more satisfied with the grand welcome ceremony than when I left. I just killed this fusion void stage demon on my way here. I'll take it down to refine alchemy and reward the disciples. The crowd below cheered in unison, praising the wisdom of the ancestor. Nine Cauldron's true immortal then turned to Li Qingzi and asked them, "During my absence, have there been any outstanding disciples in our sect? As a reward, I can personally transmit my skills to him for a period of time." Elder Tai Shang and Li Qingzi recounted various deeds of Han Jue. Nine Cauldron's true immortal asked where such an outstanding disciple is. "I want to meet Li Qingzi to show that Elder Han has been cultivating in the cultivation dwelling and rarely comes out." Nine Cauldron's true immortal is not angry and says there's no rush. "In a couple of days, I will personally go see him." Ever since the heavenly dog egg hatched, Han Jue's cultivation dwelling became lively. You can use chaos reigns to describe a situation where everything is in disorder. Although the puppy was hatched by the cock. But this puppy is naturally proud. It doesn't recognize the cock as its foster mother. These two fools fight every day, except for fighting. Elder Han, these two monsters you have are not simple. Where did you get them? Han Jue turned around and saw a stranger asking who he was. "I am the founder of Nine Cauldron's true immortal." Han Jue saw the arrival of the ancestor and immediately got up to courteously bow with folded hands in greeting. In fact, he had already simulated online battles with the ancestor many times in the system before. But facing the strength of the ancestor at the Fusion Void Stage 8 layer, Han Jue has no chance of winning at all. Nine Cauldron's true immortal thanks Han Jue for saving Jade Pure Sect multiple times in times of crisis, and expresses a desire to bestow upon him an opportunity. I wonder if he is willing or not. Opportunity? Nine Cauldron's true immortal said that he has been wandering overseas for hundreds of years, and is now a vice-sect leader of a supreme sect. This time, he wants to take away some talented disciples to cultivate overseas. He is asking if Han Jue is willing. But Han Jue asked, "Do you think your sect is invincible overseas?" Nine Cauldron's true immortal replied, saying that they are not exactly invincible, but they can be considered as one of the overlords. Han Jue asked with concern, "Overlords? Does that mean there are still opponents?" Seeing Han Jue's concern, Li Qingzi quickly allowed Han Jue to consider before agreeing. The ancestor will stay in this sect for some time longer, so there's no rush. Li Qingzi's words also reflect his own considerations. He is afraid that if Han Jue leaves, Jade Pure Sect may face danger again without anyone capable to handle it. Nine Cauldron's true immortal stated that he will stay for another 50 years. He will set off after he transforms the Jade Pure Sect into a holy land for cultivation. You can consider reconsidering your response before replying. Han Jue's response was unexpectedly straightforward. Thank you very much, Patriarch, for your kindness. I have decided to stay at the Jade Pure Sect. I want to protect the Jade Pure Sect just like you. I want to devote myself wholeheartedly to the Jade Pure Sect. He heard Han Jue's response. Nine Cauldron's true immortal also didn't want to say more. He instructed Li Qingzi to give the entire mountain to Han Jue, so that he could cultivate without depending on cultivation-dwelling spiritual qi. This way, he could absorb the spiritual veins of the mountain and continue his cultivation. Li Qingzi heard that the entire mountain peak was to be given to Han Jue. Li Qingzi and Han Jue couldn't help but be surprised. Han Jue immediately thanked the ancestor for the gift, which was much better than risking going overseas. The ancestor who came out from Han Jue cultivation dwelling asked about Li Qingzi. Are you afraid that there will be no one to guard Jade Pure Sect after he follows me? Li Qingzi expressed that he indeed has this concern. And Elder Han is cautious. I'm afraid he may not be willing to go either. Cautious? This old man sees him as cowardly. A person who can express cowardice so elegantly is quite rare. I have never seen anyone like him before. I was not like him back in the day. Li Qingzi is probably rambling on again now. At this moment, Han Jue in cultivation dwelling received another system prompt. His decision to stay in Jade Pure Sect allowed him to inherit the divine technique once. The reward, Tathagata Mantra of Divine Techniques, belongs to the Buddhist sect. Divine techniques can save lost souls and suppress evil spirits. Buddha sect divine technique? Are you trying to make me become a monk system? Today is the 15th day of the first lunar month. First of all, I wish the audience a happy Lantern Festival. At the same time, I wish friends who give a thumbs up and comment. 666. In the comment section can have the school opening delayed. May all your wishes come true. On this day, Xing Red Vortex came enthusiastically to find Han Jue. She said she had found another treasure at the market auction. This is an extremely rare piece of innate spiritual gathering jade that can automatically gather spiritual qi from heaven and earth to produce spiritual gathering dan. So she wants to give it to Han Jue. Little did she know that once Han Jue's spiritual sense was activated, he found that this object contained unusually dangerous evil energy. Han Jue then cast the 6-path soul absorption spell to extract all the evil spirits from it. Han Jue returned the treasure to Xing Red Vortex. He said that his cultivation level is already beyond the need for this item. Miss Xing has broken through the golden core stage and needs this item. The evil energy has been removed, so you can rest assured to use it. Miss Xing praised Han Jue for his insight into this matter. She is willing to offer herself to repay the favor of saving her life. Han Jue, this straight man, said that your cultivation level is too low. At this rate, he won't be able to be my Taoist partner. She found herself rejected by Han Jue again. Xing Red Vortex is a little unhappy. Han Jue also realized that what he said was not quite right. After all, he still kind of likes Miss Xing. So he took out a storage ring. He said that inside are all the treasures that Miss Xing had given him before. He has been keeping them well, and now he's giving them to you. These can help you improve your cultivation level, and here the spiritual qi is rich. You can move here to cultivate. Upon hearing this, Xing Red Vortex was both surprised and delighted. Could it be that Han Jue wants to live with me? Xing Red Vortex's face flushed red. Han Jue immediately explained, I meant for you to move in to cultivate, not in that way. Also, you can't talk about our relationship publicly for now. I'm afraid enemies might use you to threaten me. Xing Red Vortex quickly agreed, thinking to himself,
He really does have me in his heart.
A rooster and a dog beside them listened to Han Jue's words. The rooster and the dog unexpectedly imagined a drama filled with male scum and melodrama. A year and a half later, it was personally crafted by the Nine Cauldrons' true immortal. The 18 peaks of the Jade Pure sect and the spiritual chi in the inner have been greatly enhanced. He also tamed several Yaogui beasts comparable to the nascent soul stage to guard the sect. With the continuous growth of the Jade Pure sect, the 1,000-year ceremony is also about to begin. Each righteous sect in the immortal cultivation world has sent representatives to congratulate. The Jade Pure sect appears especially lively inside and out. But Han Jue is not interested in the annual grand ceremony. Cultivation is his whole life. As Cock and Dog grew bigger, Han Jue built them a shack outside the cultivation dwelling and instructed the two not to go down the mountain to show off. At this time, the system sent another prompt. An innate gas transporter was detected again. This person is named Su Chi and is reincarnated as the bad luck star of the heavenly court, who brings misfortune to everyone around him. It is said that Jade Pure sect is now the most famous sect in the immortal cultivation world, and he wants to join them. The system also specially reminds that Han Jue has the gas luck of the descendant of an immortal emperor, so he is not affected by the bad luck star, but he must not kill the bad luck star. Han Jue was so frightened that he cursed incessantly. Why the heck didn't you say so earlier, system? Where is he? Tell me quickly. Don't let him get close to Jade Pure sect. At this time, Su Chi has arrived outside the mountain gate. He is about to take a small step in immortal cultivation, which is a big step in life. Han Jue arrived promptly with a swoosh. He asked why a mortal like him had come to Jade Pure sect. Su Chi saw Han Jue, who was full of immortal aura, and asked if he was a celestial being. Can he directly join the inner cultivation with him and express that his talent will definitely not disappoint Han Jue? Han Jue's mind says by letting you in, wouldn't it mean that he is going to ruin the luck of our Jade Pure sect? Han Jue then hoodwinked him, saying that you are too old and have missed the best time to cultivate. Why not let me pass on some cultivation methods to you, and you can seek another sect? Su Chi saw that he wanted to block himself, thinking that Han Jue was from another sect trying to seize disciples. He then scolded Han Jue. You shameless old man, trying to deceive me with such immaturity. Han Jue said, so you really won't leave, huh? All right. After saying that, he grabbed Su Chi by the collar and flew up. Su Chi thought Han Jue was going to make a move, and was so scared that he screamed and begged him not to kill him. Han Jue said, kill you? Just kidding. My top-notch luck can't suppress your overwhelming bad luck. Su Chi met Han Jue outside Jade Pure sect. In order to prevent him from joining the sect, Han Jue captured him and brought him back to his own cultivation dwelling. He even told him that if he didn't subscribe to my channel, he would immediately return to school and expel Su Chi. Su Chi questioned Han Jue about his true identity. Han Jue said, you don't need to know who I am. If you don't want to leave, then you'll stay with me for the rest of your life and never think about leaving again. At this point, the system sends a prompt. Su Chi's hatred towards you has reached 2 stars. Han Jue's heart is in trouble. There is a terrible aura coming from this kid's body. Could it be that he is about to use the evil karma technique? Who knew that Su Chi would suddenly collapse with a gudong sound? His stomach rang with rumbling sounds. It turns out that this kid walked all the way to Jade Pure sect. He didn't even eat a meal. The restaurants he went to either suddenly closed down or were attacked by mountain bandits. Han Jue thought to himself, you really are a bad luck star. Not long after, Han Jue ordered a table full of takeout for Su Chi. Su Chi didn't hesitate and started eating heartily right away. At this moment, the system prompts that Su Chi's fondness for you has increased to 3 stars. Han Jue found that Su Chi, who was eating hungrily, did not realize that bad luck was self-inflicted. He is indeed a pitiful child. How does it taste? However, this is your last meal. Su Chi couldn't help but be surprised, thinking that Han Jue was about to take action again. Han Jue told him that starting tomorrow, you will begin cultivation, and once you have mastered the breathing technique, you won't need to eat anymore. Su Chi only realized then that Han Jue brought him here for cultivation. The system immediately prompted that Su Chi's favorability towards Han Jue had increased to 5 stars. Han Jue thought to himself,
"This kid is really easy to handle."
So it goes, the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter cycle through. Unconsciously, 13 years later, Han Jue has already broken through to the Divine Transformation Stage 5 layer. Su Chi has also grown into a teenage boy. Cultivation level has reached the Foundation Establishment Stage, 2nd layer. Han Jue suddenly heard the noise in the sect, and asked Su Chi what day it was today. Su Chi said that today is the day when the group of disciples taken away by the ancestor has returned from overseas. It has been 10 years in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a familiar voice rang outside the cultivation dwelling. It turned out to be Senior Sister returning from overseas to visit Han Jue. She said that home is still more comfortable than the days of fighting overseas. At the same time, she informed Han Jue that on their way back, Patriarch led the disciples to completely clean up Strawcloak's sacred cult, even emptying out their treasuries. Han Jue thought,
"That's great.
now he can peacefully seclude himself to cultivate." Watching the two people eagerly chatting in the distance, Cock and the dog started to imagine melodramatic plots again. At this moment, the system once again issued a reminder. Disciple Yang Skywinter encountered an attack from a demon cultivator, while Han Jue's Taoist partner Xianxia Sovereign was killed. However, she has already been resurrected. Xianxia Sovereign was killed by someone. It's surprising that someone with such a high cultivation level was killed. It seems that the world of immortal cultivation is extremely dangerous. Fortunately, she was resurrected. When I meet her next time, I will have to ask her what method of resurrection she used. After chatting for a while, Senior Sister bid farewell to Han Jue and went to pay respects to their master. Han Jue, after spending the afternoon with Senior Sister, did not seem to be affected by Su Chi's ill luck. He realized that the ill luck might be related to the duration of contact. At this moment, Han Jue heard a familiar voice saying, "I'm back." Han Jue looked back and saw that it was actually the ancestor who came to visit in person, while Su Chi was giving the ancestor a shoulder and back massage at the moment. The ancestor looked very happy and delighted. He then spoke up and asked,
"Han Jue, your disciple has good aptitude. How about I take him overseas to pursue the great Tao?"
Upon hearing this, Han Jue was once again scared and confused. Why is Miss Xing dressed so cool? Why did 9 Cauldrons True Immortal reduce the first year's cultivation level? Have friends who did not leave comments in the comments section actually subscribed to my channel? The latest collection of top aura has arrived again. It is said that the founding ancestor 9 Cauldrons True Immortal returned from overseas and brought many treasures to Han Jue. He plans to plant all of them to enhance Han Jue's cultivation and spiritual chi. At the same time, the ancestor also set his eyes on Han Jue's bad luck star disciple Su Chi. He plans to take him overseas for rigorous training. After seeking Su Chi's opinion, Su Chi also readily agreed. Han Jue thought in his heart, "Patriarch, are you seeking death?" 9 Cauldrons True Immortal originally wanted to lessen the trouble Han Jue caused as a role model for others, but he didn't know how powerful Su Chi's bad luck star constitution was. Han Jue helplessly told the Patriarch that this kid had some secrets that couldn't be mentioned. "Patriarch, you really can't take him away. Su Chi is indeed quite clever." He saw the ancestor actually asking for a little disciple, and even sought Han Jue's approval. He then understood that Han Jue's status within the sect was not simple. You can't easily switch from one powerful supporter to another. It's better to hold on to the mentor's thighs securely and focus on cultivating. So Su Chi thanked the ancestor for his kindness and expressed his desire to continue cultivation with the mentor to defend the Jade Pure sect. The ancestor laughed and said,
"Where there's a teacher, there's a disciple."
Han Jue thought to himself.
I'm not saving face for you, I'm saving your life.
Nine Cauldron's true immortal said that he has already investigated all the details of the great Yin immortal cultivation world. Now, there is no sect daring to provoke Jade Pure Sect. You can cultivate with peace of mind now. At the same time, there is also a huge opportunity. I don't know if Han Jue wants it or not. Han Jue sees what the Patriarch has taken out. It turns out to be the Celestial Immortal Palace token that Xianxia Sovereign wanted to give him before. I didn't expect that even such a powerful expert like Xianxia Sovereign at the Fusion Void Stage 8 layer would treat this item as a treasure. It seems that this token is quite significant. However, Han Jue's aspiration is not here, so he declined the kind offer from Xianxia Sovereign. When bidding farewell to Xianxia Sovereign, Han Jue thought,
I've been served by Su Chi for such a long time.
I'm afraid your bad luck is unavoidable. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Grand Ancestor's bad luck has indeed come. He was attacked by the Heart Demon in his cultivation, causing him to lose 100 years of cultivation. His good friend Zhou Fan has also perished. However, he was revived and reshaped by a powerful being. At this time, Han Jue has reached the 6th layer of the Divine Transformation stage. He can already battle against the Ancestor in the system for half an hour. While Su Chi is working hard to cultivate, his bad luck is getting stronger and stronger. Fortunately, the Chaos Heavenly Dog itself is a divine beast with auspicious energy that can keep Cock safe and sound. The family inside the cultivation dwelling are also living together in harmony and happiness. One day, when Han Jue found out that Xing Red Vortex had also returned to the sect, he wanted to go and see Miss Xing. Little did he know that when he knocked on Miss Xing's door, Han Jue then saw a refreshing scene in front of him. Xing Red Vortex saw that Han Jue had arrived. She then held his arm to show him the great treasure. Great treasure? Han Jue thought.
Well, let's take a look.
Cultivation Dwellings Miss Xing showed Han Jue a pile of items from the ancient Forbidden Grounds. The things she obtained. What does Han Jue like? He prefers peaches. Han Jue thought to himself.
So it turns out to be such a big treasure.
I appreciate your kindness. Suddenly, Han Jue discovered with his spiritual sense. One of the objects resembling a spirit tablet unexpectedly contained a faint divine sense. He continued to study it. Indeed, a serious man is the most charming. At this moment, Xing Red Vortex unexpectedly started to crave Han Jue's body. Speaking of watching the big treasure at Xing Red Vortex, Han Jue discovered an artifact that looked like a spiritual tablet, and surprisingly there was a trace of spiritual sense inside it. Suddenly, his spiritual sense was unexpectedly sucked in. Han Jue saw a majestic divine soul standing tall right in front of him. He informed Han Jue that whoever obtained this opportunity could acquire a secret technique. It is called Celestial Puppet, which can be created from spiritual power. Its strength depends on the creator's cultivation level. Celestial Puppet cannot fight on its own and requires the creator to allocate a trace of divine soul to control the puppet, similar to a doppelganger. Even if the puppet is destroyed, it will not affect the creator. The downside is that it is not durable enough, as it will stop moving once the spiritual power is depleted. The puppet can only be used again after being filled with spiritual power. If heavenly materials and earthly treasures are added during manufacturing, it can greatly enhance the stamina and power of the puppet beyond that of the creator. Since the puppet doesn't need to breathe, they can be mass-produced and stored in the storage ring. Han Jue thought.
Wouldn't this mean having a bunch of extra helping hands?
At this moment, the Divine Soul once again told Han Jue that by using the world's top artifact and supreme spiritual power, an ultimate celestial puppet could be created, whose transcendental power could rival that of an immortal emperor. As soon as the words fell, the appearance of the giant Divine Soul gradually became clear. Han Jue was shocked, as the demon in front of him surprisingly looked strikingly like a Gundam. Instantly, Han Jue's spiritual sense was transmitted back to reality. Han Jue opened his eyes, and saw Xing Red Vortex riding on top of him. Half of his clothes had already been removed by her. Han Jue yelled out as he jumped up from the bed, as if he was the one who had suffered a loss. Han Jue thought to himself,
Luckily, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, the body I have been guarding for hundreds of years would have been almost ruined.
Han Jue tidied up his clothes and said to Xing Red Vortex,
I'll take this symbol to study first.
I'll come back another day. I heard that Han Jue will come over. Miss Xing understands the little actions just now, and Han Jue did not resent it. It seems that we will have a chance to become Daoist partners sooner or later. Back to Han Jue at the cultivation dwelling. He continued to delve deeper into the production method of puppets. This puppet technique is indeed extraordinary. Using Divine Soul to control the puppet is like having an extra pair of eyes, making it much easier. I have to make one for each of my female friends. In case they are in danger, the puppet can save their lives. Even if the puppet is not strong enough, as long as it shares my location, I can rush over in time. As for the feature of sharing vision, I am honest and will not misuse it. Thinking of this, Han Jue immediately got excited and planned to make 10 of them first. He ended up underestimating the difficulty of making the puppet. Han Jue still underestimated the difficulty of making the celestial puppet. Although it is not difficult to manufacture, it is too meticulous and time-consuming, requiring a large amount of time to be meticulously crafted like making a model. 2 years later, Han Jue finally created the first puppet. He quickly arrived at the cultivation dwelling of Xing Red Vortex. She was still cultivating when she was startled by Han Jue's sudden appearance. However, when she saw that it was Han Jue, a joyful smile once again appeared on her face. Han Jue took out the celestial puppet and instructed her to put it in her storage ring. He told her to always bring it with her wherever she went, as it could save her life in critical moments. Xing Red Vortex was pleasantly surprised and looked at the celestial puppet appreciatively. Its figure was indeed very similar to her husband's. In the following year, Han Jue created 2 more celestial puppets. Han Jue gave one celestial puppet to Chan Lunar, and the other to Dawnstar Fairy. Chan Lunar kept surprising Han Jue, who had to put in a lot of effort to finally escape. Dawnstar Fairy, on the other hand, remains very calm and doesn't communicate much. The 2 women, one passionate like fire, and the other cold like ice, but Han Jue is used to it. Celestial Puppet serves as his clone, able to unleash his true power without his artifact. It's quite overpowered. Han Jue once considered creating an army, but after making 3 celestial puppets, he abandoned the idea. Divine Soul is like a piece cut out from his soul. Having a few Divine Souls is manageable, but it would be problematic with dozens. Any more, and his soul would be severely damaged. In addition, creating celestial puppets has caused his cultivation level to remain stagnant for the past 2 years. Persisting in making celestial puppets would only hinder his cultivation progress. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. Han Jue suddenly received a system prompt.
You have turned 200 years old. Choose to cultivate quietly and receive a spiritual treasure.
For Great Frust Lord's Glazed Crown. This item can rebound the Fusion Void stage to scare off all attacks, excluding special divine techniques, effectively defending against soul and spiritual sense impacts. It's another defensive spiritual treasure. The system really knows my heart. From now on, Han Jue is covered in spiritual treasure from head to toe. At the peak of armament, it's simply impossible to hurt him in the divine transformation stage. As for the Fusion Void stage, don't even think about instantly killing him. Wearing this crown gives him an increased sense of security. Feeling joyful, Han Jue continues to cultivate, and another 5 years have passed. 9 Cauldrons True Immortal took a group of disciples to leave for overseas. Before leaving, Chan Lunar came to say goodbye. Han Jue spent a long time sending off this tearful senior sister. After 9 Cauldrons True Immortal left, Han Jue got bored and used a simulated trial to check who, besides himself, had the highest cultivation level in the Jade Pure sect. The system indicates that the strongest individual in the sect currently is Li Qianlong at the Divine Transformation Stage 5 layer, who is the successor of the Venom King. Li Qianlong as the successor of the Venom King? Han Jue had a strange expression and thought to himself.
The name Li Qianlong sounds so familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before.
100 years ago, Mo Bamboo arranged to meet him to seek opportunities. It seems like what he is looking for is Li Qianlong's cultivation dwelling from when he was alive. Since it is mentioned that this person's past life, it means that he has already passed away. But the cultivation level of Divine Transformation Stage 5 layer in the Great Yin Immortal Cultivation world can be considered very high. If he were still alive, it would surely cause a great commotion. However, Han Jue has never heard anyone mention it, indicating that Li Qianlong must have infiltrated the Jade Pure sect. Han Jue immediately searched for Li Qianlong's whereabouts. Li Qianlong is actually at the main peak. At this moment, True Immortal Jingqing has summoned all the disciples of the main peak to inform everyone of the departure of Nine Cauldrons True Immortal. Li Qianlong looks ordinary, his aura suppressed at the Golden Core Stage 1 layer, appearing honest. Who would have thought that he is the descendant of the Venom King? Li Qianlong was overjoyed to learn that Nine Cauldrons True Immortal had gone overseas. He finally got the opportunity he had been waiting for. Before, with Nine Cauldrons True Immortal around, he dared not act recklessly. Now that Nine Cauldrons True Immortal has left, he finally feels like he can see the light after clearing away the clouds. Calm down. Li Qianlong thought quietly of the most mysterious person in Jade Pure Sect, / Immortal Elder, who he knew would hinder him. He had heard that the reason why Strawcloak Sacred Cult was defeated was because the cult master attacked Jade Pure Sect and never returned. This means that / Immortal Elder possesses dreadful power to defeat the cult master of Strawcloak Sacred Cult. Before implementing his plan, Li Qianlong must figure out how to deal with / Immortal Elder. 5 years passed like this. Han Jue made a breakthrough to the Divine Transformation Stage 7 layer, getting closer and closer to the Fusion Void stage. Han Jue retrieved and checked emails related to his personal relationships. Your Taoist partner, Xianxia Sovereign, gains insights into life and divine techniques. Your friend, Mo No Revenge, has fallen into the demonic path. Your divine pet, Chaos Heavenly Dog, has comprehended its original divine technique. Your friend, Nine Cauldrons True Immortal, has been attacked by the Yogui King and is seriously injured. Nine Cauldrons True Immortal's Tao heart has been damaged. Your friend, Zhou Fan, has achieved domination, causing a sensation. Han Jue is stunned. Wow, so many major events happened in these 5 years. Mo No Revenge actually fell into the demonic path. I wonder what happened to him. Nine Cauldrons True Immortal's situation is truly miserable, but it serves him right. Who asked him to target the bad luck star? As for Zhou Fan, impressive. You live up to your name. Han Jue took a deep breath and felt that he could not slack off. His cultivation level in the Great Yin Immortal Cultivation world may already be considered top-notch, but that doesn't mean his future is guaranteed. He must diligently cultivate like the protagonist Zhou Fan, who may change an era. Therefore, Han Jue decides to fully strive for reaching the Fusion Void stage. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years have passed. Han Jue's cultivation level has reached the Divine Transformation Stage 8 layer, and he is not far from the 9th layer. One day, Li Qingzi came to visit. To prevent Su Qi from passing on bad luck to Li Qingzi, Han Jue walks out of the cultivation dwelling. Elder Han, long time no see, how's your cultivation going? Li Qingzi asked enthusiastically how he was doing now, and he can be said to be enjoying great success. With the help of Nine Cauldrons True Immortal, his cultivation level has already reached the nascent soul stage 9 layer. Besides his cultivation level, he is also the leader of the righteous path in the Great Yin Immortal Cultivation world. Over the years, Han Jue has not seen him being attacked by anyone. Han Jue smiled and asked sect leader Li what business he had with him. Li Qingzi said that the Immortal Cultivation Conference of the Righteous Path is about to begin. This conference will be held in the imperial capital of the Great Yin Dynasty, and obtaining the luck of the human race will be beneficial for cultivation. A prompt appeared before Han Jue's eyes. Sect leader Li Qingzi invites you to participate in the Immortal Cultivation Conference. You have the following choices. 1. Decline and continue cultivation to obtain a spiritual treasure. 2. Accept, leave the sect with sect leader Li. The rewards for both options are vastly different. However, Han Jue is already accustomed to such choices. It is not the system forcing him to make a choice, but rather his previous decision to cultivate quietly. This path of choices was planned by the system according to his wishes. Han Jue silently chooses the first option to attend the Immortal Cultivation Conference. It seems easy to get into trouble, or big trouble. Han Jue shook his head, indicating that he would not go. Li Qingzi secretly took a deep breath, feeling that Elder Han's determination to cultivate diligently was really out of line. If it were him, with Han Jue's abilities, he would have long been living carefreely in the mortal world. At this moment, Han Jue asked Li Qingzi about the situation of Li Qianlong. Li Qingzi said that this person is his junior brother. He was once a rare talent that only appears once in a century in the Jade Pure sect. This person and Guan Yuang both like Dawn Star Fairy. For this, they even had a life and death showdown. At that time, I intervened to mediate as their Shifu. I was also seriously injured by his sneak attack. Fortunately, I intervened in time to stop him, preventing a big mistake from happening. Afterwards, he had his meridian severed and was imprisoned in the Cliff of Reflection. Little did they know, he actually escaped from the Cliff of Reflection and left a note saying he would come back someday to destroy the Jade Pure sect. Han Jue thought to himself,
My master really doesn't make it easy for me to relax.
No wonder she doesn't allow her disciples to talk about love and romance. Li Qingzi asked Han Jue why he suddenly asked about this person. Han Jue also cannot say it was found out by the system. He can only say that he has fought against this person's spy within the sect. Learning that Li Qianlong has started to take action, he heard that Li Qianlong is returned, and Li Qingzi couldn't help but be surprised. This matter needs to be quickly conveyed to the sect. Before leaving, he instructed Han Jue to capture Li Qianlong, but not to be too harsh and to keep him alive. After Li Qingzi left, the system popped up another prompt. Congratulations on obtaining the exquisite spiritual treasure Book of Misfortune. The Book of Misfortune is an exquisite spiritual treasure. Can curse living spirits and bring misfortune to others, without being detected by the other party at the same time. Masterpiece? Book of Misfortune? Curse? Han Jue returned to the cultivation dwelling and took out the Book of Misfortune. This is indeed a top-grade spiritual treasure. But it doesn't look like an auspicious object. Are these so many seals on top for stacking buffs? Su Qi looks at the Book of Misfortune in Han Jue's hand. He feels inexplicably close for some reason. Han Jue knows well that Su Qi must not be allowed to approach the Book of Misfortune. When these two calamitous fortunes collide, it's bound to spell trouble. Han Jue plans to start a blood bond ceremony. He needs to find an enemy to test it out. As the blood drips in, the seal is then released. A strong aura of misfortune bursts out. Let's deal with Xiao Unluck first. He is the #1 nemesis, but his cultivation level is too high, so it may not be very effective. He infused 6 past spiritual power into the Book of Misfortune. He started to cast the ancestral curse on Li Qianlong. After all, this guy wants to destroy our Jade Pure sect. He also made such a mess, causing our peak disciples unable to fall in love. He imagines Li Qianlong's face in his mind. Suddenly, a scene appeared in his mind. Between the mountains and water, there is a bamboo house. Li Qianlong kneels in front of the bamboo house. He said in a deep voice,
Master, what will it take for you to come down from the mountain?
A deep and old voice came from the bamboo house.
I, your master, have withdrawn from the immortal cultivation world for 1,000 years. I no longer wish to be involved in the conflicts of the immortal cultivation world. Seek vengeance for yourself. I have passed on my teachings to you. Do not overstep your bounds.
Upon hearing this, Li Qianlong was very unhappy. He gritted his teeth and said,
Master, if that's the case, then pass on the secret of the divine venom boat to me. I will rely on myself.
No, that's your master's treasured possession. If I pass it on to you, and you accidentally kill your master with poison, wouldn't that be a shame? Li Qianlong almost spat blood. The voice of the Venom King once again drifted out, and 9 Cauldron's true immortal had already sensed the presence of my master. I cannot offend him recklessly. The Jade Pure sect is currently thriving, and not many sects dare to offend them. However, if you insist on doing so, you can look for the Wei family. Although the Wei family is not a top-tier sect in the Great Yin Immortal Cultivation world, they often travel between various Immortal Cultivation worlds and have a wide network. Li Qianlong thanked them and left, cursing under his breath as he walked away. He was able to become a disciple of the Venom King, but it wasn't just dumb luck. He had served as the Venom King's test subject for 100 years, trying all sorts of poisons. They had agreed that he would be the Venom King's sole successor, but that scoundrel Venom King held back and didn't teach him everything. At that time, he didn't notice the dark thundercloud silently approaching above his head. Caught off guard, a bolt of lightning from a clear sky struck him. Fortunately, since Li Qianlong's cultivation level is high, he was unharmed. He looked up at the dark sky and cursed under his breath.
Strange.
Han Jue cursed Li Qianlong for a while. He was unable to verify the results, and had to give up and focus on cultivation for a month. Yang Skywinter is back. The current Yang Skywinter has thoroughly shown his talent. After advancing to the Golden Core stage, he first promoted to an elite disciple, and then advanced to become one of the core disciples of the Jade Pure sect, a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Jade Pure sect. Teacher, I am planning to attend the Immortal Cultivation Conference, where various sects will spar and compete. Could you please pass on to me another ultimate technique? Su Qi is coming over to join in the fun again. Han Jue kicked Yang Skywinter away and told him that if he wants to learn another ultimate move, he should wait outside. Han Jue thought to himself,
I hope you don't get as unlucky as the ancestors did.
5 years later, Han Jue finally broke through to the 9th layer of the Divine Transformation stage. Next is the Fusion Void stage, but once you enter the Fusion Void stage, the spiritual qi in the cultivation dwelling will not be sufficient. Doing so not only delays oneself, but also delays Su Qi. Han Jue looked at Su Qi. He felt that he couldn't let him stay in the sect to cultivate, so he came up with a plan. Han Jue pretended to cough to call Su Qi over. Han Jue said,
You have been following me for some time now, so I consider you to have already embarked on the path of cultivation.
I'll give you a task. If you can complete it, I will take you as my disciple. Upon hearing this, Su Qi's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked what the task was. I want you to go to the Northern Prefecture and join the Yabwai Taming Demon sect. You don't have to do anything. Just stay hidden in the sect and focus on cultivating. I will personally go to the Yabwai Taming Demon sect in the future. You can destroy their sect and then come back to pick you up. Su Qi is shocked. Han Jue actually wants to destroy the Yabwai Taming Demon sect. How strong Han Jue must be! Su Qi quickly assured that the disciple must complete the mission. This is a confidential mission. You should leave Jade Pure sect now. Do not have any dealings with anyone from Jade Pure sect. As Su Qi walked out of the innate cultivation dwelling, the sunlight fell on his body, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of feeling like a world away. He clenched his fists and took a deep breath.
I must complete Shifu's test,
he thought. Suddenly, he realized a problem. Where is the Northern Prefecture? Forget it, it's not important. I will definitely find out. This must be one of Shifu's tests. Inside a winding and dark canyon, Li Qianlong leaned against the mountain wall. He looked at the countless demons in the sky, holding his breath and concentrating. The battle between demons in this small canyon stirs up a storm of blood and violence. Li Qianlong leads a group of cultivators hiding in the shadows, fearing they might be harmed. A young cultivator couldn't help but complain bitterly to Senior Li. Don't you know the way? Why did you lead us to the monster den? Li Qianlong is also very depressed in recent years. His luck has reached an all-time low. He was struck by lightning while rushing on the road. Cultivator encounters hard demon. Robbery of a young cultivator. Turns out the person is a strong divine transformation expert pretending to be weak to deceive others. This time, he even brought misfortune upon the Wei family's disciples. No way. I have not taken revenge yet. I cannot fail here. 2 years later, Han Jue's cultivation level finally reached the divine transformation stage great perfection. He excitedly opened the system's interpersonal relationship panel to see what had happened in these 2 years. Your disciple Yang Skywinter was attacked by the Yogwai King and suffered serious injuries. He gained a fortuitous opportunity and awakened the sacred Yogwai bloodline. Your divine pet Chaos Heavenly Dog had a cultivation error, causing a decrease in cultivation level equivalent to 20 years. Your friend Mo No Revenge encountered attacks from a righteous cultivator 104 times. Your friend Chong Lunar fortuitously gained an opportunity, leading to a significant increase in cultivation level. Your disciple Su Chi was attacked by a demon cultivator 27 times, and was captured by the Azure Ghost sect. Your disciple Su Chi spread misfortune, causing the Azure Ghost sect to face a heavenly tribulation unseen in centuries, resulting in the complete destruction of the sect. Complete destruction? Han Jue was deeply moved and exclaimed, "Incredible! Truly deserving of the title. Bad luck star of the heavenly court. It's like a nuclear bomb." A few days later, outside the Yogwai pet store, true immortal Jingqing spoke to dozens of disciples. From this day on, all disciples are not allowed to enter Myriad Demon's realm until further notice. A peak disciple couldn't help but ask, "Master, what happened in the Myriad Demon's realm?" All the disciples are very curious. Han Jue turned to silent true immortal to express gratitude. He doesn't know how long he will stay in the Myriad Demon's realm this time for his tribulation. She never thought that Han Jue might break through the fusion void stage. Han Jue activated the teleportation and headed straight to the Myriad Demon's realm. Transcending the tribulation? He has only been in the divine transformation stage for less than 100 years. He achieved the fusion void stage in just over 200 years. Nine Cauldron's true immortal also took over 1,000 years to reach the fusion void stage. To understand, Nine Cauldron's true immortal was once the #1 genius in the great Yin immortal cultivation world. Immortal Elder is crossing tribulation in the Myriad Demon's realm. This matter must not be divulged to outsiders by me, sect disciple. I heard that Immortal Elder is inside, and the disciples are discussing it non-stop. Very excited? A few days later, Guan Yugang arrived. He saw so many people gathering outside the building. He angrily shouted, "Get out of here, all of you! Whoever dares to gather here will be demoted to an outsider." When this statement was made, all disciples scattered as if fleeing. He sensed that the Immortal Elder was indeed in the Myriad Demon's realm. Guan Yugang sneered in the dark, finally waiting for the opportunity. The majestic heavenly tribulation inside the Myriad Demon's realm on the other side shook the entire Myriad Demon's realm. The constant sound of thunder echoed in their ears, following the final thunderous tribulation striking down. Han Jue finally survived the heavenly tribulation and was promoted to become a great cultivator of the fusion void stage. Congratulations on breaking through to the fusion void stage and gaining a companion artifact. The companion artifact will merge with your soul and recognize only you. As you grow stronger, the companion artifact will also continuously become stronger. Regarding the companion artifact, you have the following choices. 1 Sword 2. Defensive type artifact. Han Jue's whole body is covered with defensive type spiritual treasures. He naturally chooses a sword. After all, he is a sword cultivator. Directly choose one. System prompts again. Congratulations on obtaining the Primordial Judgment Sword. Primordial Judgment Sword. because you were not born through conventional means, and transcend into primordial judgment, descending into this world. Refine the primordial judgment chi on your body into your companion artifact primordial judgment. Han Jue was stunned for a moment. But the system did not respond to him about primordial judgment in the novel of the Han Wang. Han Jue opened the attribute panel and found that his lifespan had skyrocketed to 8,940 years. How cool! Han Jue also noticed the additional label of Transcendent Stage on their own race's identity, which indicated the path towards becoming an immortal being. Han Jue was experiencing the Fusion Void stage. This feeling is simply like a world of difference compared to the Divine Transformation stage. Spiritual sense can extend up to 100 miles away. He can perceive flowers, plants, and monsters very keenly. Who is it? Han Jue sensed that someone had entered the myriad demons realm. How did Elder Guan come here? Guan Yugang found out that the aftermath of the lightning tribulation has not yet dissipated. I suppose this immortal elder just made a breakthrough. I don't know where he is consolidating his cultivation level. At this moment, a voice came from behind Guan Yugang asking, "Who are you looking for?" This is immortal elder. Guan Yugang secretly thought to himself, he is really young. Also, very handsome. Elder Guan, are you looking for me? Han Jue thought. It seems the newcomer looks unfriendly. You're right. Immortal elder, I am Guan Yugang. I once made an agreement with you. Agreement? Han Jue asked in confusion. I want to challenge you. If I win, I will become the leader of the Jade Pure Sect. Have you forgotten? Guan Yugang thought to himself. Could he be afraid of me, and that's why he doesn't want to fight? At this moment, Han Jue suddenly recalled that Dawnstar Fairy had once asked him to suppress senior brother Guan. Han Jue thought to himself, better late than never. He just happened to come when I had made a breakthrough. Guan Yugang is too lazy to give way. He then began to mobilize spiritual power. He planned to use the newly acquired divine techniques to defeat Han Jue in one move. Only to see his vital chi transforming into a sword. This divine technique comes with real damage and possesses a devastating effect. Guan Yugang wielded his sword. The flying sword pierced through the air and aimed at Han Jue. Han Jue was not flustered either. He pinched his fingers and pointed at the sword. He planned to use the move Finger God's sword, which he hadn't used in a long time. Just then, a giant golden sword descended from the sky, making Guan Yugang's flying sword appear minuscule in comparison. In astonishment, Guan Yugang was already smacked in the face by the giant sword. Guan Yugang coughed up blood and was sent flying out. He fell on the hill like a kite with a broken string. His entire being instantly wilted. He never expected that he couldn't even block Han Jue's sword. Immortal elder is unexpectedly so abnormal. Ridiculous, I even wanted to defeat him with one move. Junior sister, I know why you are thinking about him. Han Jue smiled and said to Guan Yugang, Elder Guan, you are actually very strong, you just picked the wrong opponent. Guan Yugang was stunned. At this moment, he did not feel that the other party was bragging. Before leaving, he told Guan Yugang, Jade Pure Sect, now only you are worth my effort. Don't be disheartened. Jade Pure Sect has a future with you. Guan Yugang watches Han Jue's figure. He felt a hint of comfort instead. Returning to his own mountain, Han Jue suddenly had an idea. He cast a spell with his right hand, and the earth rose up, quickly condensing into a stone stele. Using his finger as a pen, Han Jue wrote 4 characters on the stele. Hard cultivate to immortal. From then on, this became the name of the mountain. Cock and Dog also felt that their master's aura was even stronger than before. It seemed that he had made another breakthrough. Strike while the iron is hot. Han Jue conducted a simulated trial with 9 cauldrons true immortal. After half a minute, Han Jue opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and finally managed to defeat you, ancestor. But you're really tough, having so many body techniques. Han Jue's confidence soared, and from then on, he no longer needed to fear the Yubwai taming demon sect.